So hello and welcome everyone. Hello. We've got a few more people arriving as we get going, but my job is to welcome you all here to Demos's Future Public Services Summit. My name's Polly Curtis and I'm the Chief Executive of the cross-party think tank Demos, and I'm just so pleased to welcome such a brilliant audience of expertise to spend the day with us to discuss the future of public service reform. We're going to start today by introducing the ideas we've been working on over the past 18 months to think about a new way to reform public services, something we're calling liberated public services, in which state, public servants and citizens are all empowered to play their part in public service reform. We're delighted to be welcoming Georgia Gould, the Minister responsible for public service reform, very shortly, before a day of discussions exploring the themes around this idea of liberated public services. First, a few logistics. I think you've all found the tea and coffee, but it's always important to know where it is. It's in the room round to the left. That's also where we'll be serving lunch later. The bathrooms are on the right, and if there is a fire alarm, please just follow instructions as they're made. The Wi-Fi is on a little white card at the back, and just to let you all know, we are live streaming today, so there is a chance you'll be on video. So just a few words by way of introduction. Over the past few years, Demos has been exploring this different way of organising public services that revolves around putting people at the heart of how public services are run, that works on the relational principles described very famously in Hilary Cotham's book, and empowers communities and people to be part of their own solutions, and in doing so, starts to repair the quite broken relationship between state and citizen. We're inspired by all the brilliant work that's gone on around the country at the local level in places like Gateshead and Leeds and Wigan and Camden, Kirklees and Sheffield, some of whom are in the audience today. The problem we saw was not a lack of innovation, a lack of ideas at the local level. The problem was encouraging that innovation to scale and find a way to create a system that amplified that across the country. And we thought that there were probably two things that a national think tank with deep roots in Westminster and a history of developing big ideas could do to contribute to this agenda. And the first was to help tell a national story of what that change might look like and build the political case for concerted reform. And the second was to work out what the centre needs to do differently to allow this innovation to flourish. And that's really the question we're focusing on today and that we've spent the last year or so developing the answer to. What does central government need to do differently in order to empower communities and public servants to work differently? So I'm going to read you a very quick quote that came from some research we did last year with senior civil servants, and we were asking them what's wrong with policy making, what's holding you back. And this really stuck in my mind and formed a central challenge for the team on this project. And this is a senior civil servant who said, I read Hilary Cotham's book on radical help. I remember reading that whilst being a Director General in Whitehall and thinking, this is brilliant. This is really working with citizens. This is brilliant. I love it. And I remember sitting, digesting, and realising I have no idea what to do with that. I mean, I just do not have the bandwidth. I do not have the capability. And as one of the most powerful people in theory, in one of the most centralised governments in the world, I used to sit at my desk feeling powerless to try and shift things to change. And that, for me, feels like the central challenge for central government. And the work that we've been trying to find the answer to, that my colleague Ben Glover, Head of Social Policy at Demos, has done over the last year and a half, is to convene experts across the system, many of whom are here today, to answer that question: what does the centre need to do differently? We've worked with some brilliant partners on this. I want to say a special thank you to our core partners, PA Consulting, Bridges Outcomes Partnerships, Better Society Capital and SIPFA, who brought huge support and expertise to the project. We're really, really grateful for everything they've contributed. So I'm delighted to share the work with you today. This comes at a moment where there is great appetite for reforming government, but not yet a clear picture of what that reform would look like and some different views on the form it could take. So we hope this is a really useful contribution, and I'm really delighted to welcome Ben to the stage to share just the key points of the work we've done to ground the conversation. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Polly, for those kind words. I'd also like to thank the Taskforce Advisory Board, Victor Adeboale, Simone Finn, Patricia Hewitt, Chris Naylor and Jonathan Slater, along with the partners, Bridges Outcomes Partnerships, Better Society Capital, SIPFA and PA Consulting. It's been a pleasure to work with you on this over the last year. I'd also like to thank the great team at Demos who worked tirelessly to put on today's event. Our public services simply aren't working. The public knows that, and our politicians know that. Failure to fix this will only deepen our national malaise, deepen a sense that things cannot get better, deepen the disconnection that too many feel from our politics today. Do nothing, I don't think, is an option, and I think that's why you've all come along today. But higher spending alone won't solve our public services crisis. This is because of flatlining public sector productivity. This means we are getting less for more. That's why reform is the only game in town, as I see it. It's the only sustainable way to boost public sector productivity. But what's the right type of reform? The government faces a choice. Should it pursue the old agenda of choice and competition, or a new approach grounded in a wave of public sector innovation that has rippled across the country, often in response to the pressures of austerity? With the government this week talking the language of dashboards and targets, this is a very live debate in the corridors of power just down the road. Choice and competition injected markets and targets into public services. For a period this worked, especially when it was underpinned by significant investment in public services. But over time, the choice and competition agenda has been subject to the law of diminishing returns. Markets have been very hard to build in some public services, and an overuse of targets drove a culture of gaming. Perhaps most concerningly, it's also led to a range of unintended consequences, not least the demoralisation of the public service workforce, exhausted from years of top-down initiatives. We must move on from the restrictive practices and outdated methods of choice and competition. We need a new agenda. We believe that agenda is liberated public services, the Taskforce's vision for public services. At its core is a very simple idea. This is the idea that the best way to improve outcomes for citizens is to free those working at the front line, to give them greater flexibility and autonomy over the methods of public service delivery. It is inspired by innovation across the country, in particular changing Future Northumbria's pioneering development of the liberated method, which we will hear much more about later today. Crucially, it is an earned liberation. There is an essential bargain at the heart of liberated public services, which is summarised on the slide above. Professionals gain more flexibility and autonomy, but this comes with greater responsibilities. It is liberated public services, not libertarian public services. It is the freedom to do, not simply the freedom from. But perhaps most importantly, it is inspired by a brilliant wave of new practice across the country. In Gateshead, of course, which we've already heard about and we'll hear much more about later today. In Wigan, where frontline staff have been empowered with greater autonomy. This shift has been at the heart of its decades-long approach to cast a new relationship with local residents through its Wigan deal. And in Kirklees, where the council has moved to strengths-based support to transform services, improving outcomes for individuals and reducing demand for services. But despite the brilliant effort of innovators across the country, central government today is too often a barrier, not an enabler of this new way of working. We need to go so much further, and that is what our report focuses on today. A blueprint for central government to support public service innovation across the country, across 22 recommendations. They're all on your seats. I'm not going to bore you with the detail of them all. I'm sure you'll enjoy reading them at your own pace, but I'm going to talk through a couple of the key ideas that are in our report just now. First, devolution. we call for public services to be the next frontier of devolution to combined authorities in England. That means getting Whitehall out of the business of commissioning services itself. Employment support, we think, should be devolved as soon as possible, and we think there is a very good argument for looking at further devolution of probation services. To support this process, we call for public service reform boards to be created. Chaired by combined authority leaders or mayors, these would seek to bring together and join up all local public services in an area. Second, we need a new approach to accountability. Targets, if used sparingly, can be useful in setting a floor on performance of public services. But we need to be much more ambitious to go beyond simply setting a floor and seeking to stop bad practice, however important that might be. We believe missions, long-term, ambitious, cross-cutting objectives may have a role to play here. We call for the government's national missions to be translated into metro missions, to shift the focus for local areas onto improving lives, not managing risk and compliance with outdated restrictions from central government. Third, this needs to be underpinned by a new approach to the funding of public services. Total place, the previous Labour government's experiment with place-based budgets, should be revitalised. But we can go much further than before. The time for pilots is over. We know this works. So we call for Total Place Plus, single pot funding for public services to be administered by our proposed public service reform boards. We believe this is crucial for enabling the collaboration and joined-up working, which we've all sat in rooms like this and heard has to happen if public services are to improve, but the funding is so often a barrier to achieving that. Finally, but perhaps most importantly, we need a new approach to the workforce. Previous reform agendas either ignored the workforce or took an incredibly negative view of the workforce, seeing them as motivated by their own self-interest and as a result should be prodded and poked by the latest central government initiative. We need a reset with the relationship between central government and frontline professionals. We think a respect charter could help this, a document to seek to reset this relationship and end the war on workers. I believe our recommendations add up to a clear, credible plan which could form the basis of a public service reform white paper should the government choose to produce one. A clear plan to liberate public services, putting frontline professionals in the driving seat of reform. A clear plan to improve the lives of citizens across the country. A clear plan to restore faith in the British state. Thank you so much for coming today, and I hope you all enjoy the summit. Thank you.
Joining us to give us a keynote speech to start with. So do you want to take the podium?
Thank you so much, and brilliant to hear your words in the report. And I was here, not here, I was at Demos when you launched the 2030 Demos Public Services Network, and I was there talking about the work we were doing in Camden, and I remember feeling so excited about the coalition of change makers that were coming together. So it's amazing to see how much progress has been made since that launch, the kind of depth of thinking that has happened, and it's a much grander building that we're in. So the coalition has grown, and things have changed for me, but I'm still very excited to be talking about reforming public services. I'm still getting used to being a government minister. Sometimes when people say in meetings, yes, minister, I'm like looking behind me saying, who are they talking to? Because I spent 14 years in local government doing the kind of place-based work that you were talking about. And I think over those 14 years as a councillor in my surgeries, working with councils around the country, I saw firsthand the way that public services have been ground down and our capacity decimated. I've seen people increasingly have to arm up to battle when interacting with public services. Too often they're spending days chasing inboxes or on hold on the phone, waiting for responses that don't come. And those who most need the support of public services are often left feeling the most powerless, navigating a maze of different services that don't see the whole person. I was talking to a woman last week who has an elderly mother with dementia, and she said to me, all I want is for somebody to really see my mother. And I think people feel like that often when they're interacting with public services. And I've heard stories that really haunt me of ambulances that never turned up, people falling between the cracks of systems that are under extreme strain and don't work together. Lord Darcy's report showed a really sobering picture. The NHS in a critical condition with 6.4 million people on the waiting list for elective treatments in England and 10% of patients waiting over 12 hours in A&E. People have been let down by the services that are there to serve them. But it isn't just citizens that have been let down. It's also people who work in public services and the voluntary sector. The vast majority of people in those roles care passionately about the work they do, and I've seen the way that their love and dedication have filled in the cracks of a crumbling system. It was exhausted public sector workers who stepped up during COVID and put their lives at risk to keep people safe. The health and care staff on the front line, and I remember teachers in my borough who were so worried about children that they went and got Easter eggs so that they could knock on doors just to check that those children were doing okay. Repairs workers who started delivering food to vulnerable people after hours. And the public sector just kept doing more through the recovery, through the cost of living crisis. But as you set out, they're very much feeling the strain. Housing officers tell me that they stay up worrying in the early hours because they've rung every mental health service and not managed to get a referral. Job centre staff who know how to help the person in front of them but are only given 10 minutes. Social workers who could see their caseloads growing, who know that temporary housing accommodation, housing pressures are putting families in crisis but feel powerless to solve it. More and more public sector workers burnt out and public services forced to pay for expensive agency staff. So we have a system in crisis across so many different public services. And this didn't happen by chance. It happened because of political decisions, but also sometimes the lack of political decisions that failed citizens and those trying to serve them. It happened because of the cuts that tore out the capacity of local government and public services, the preventative infrastructure that the last Labour government invested in, from Sure Starts to the educational maintenance allowance, picked apart really quickly. Today, 80% of children's services spend is on acute services, while just 7% is on prevention. We've seen a cycle of short-term budgets, top-down decisions, constantly changing priorities. Resources wasted on bidding for small pots of money rather than a long-term partnership approach. And in a world where challenges are so deeply complex, with an ageing population, with people themselves facing more complexity and higher needs, with new technology at our fingertips, the last government also failed to reform public services, failed to grasp the potential of advances in data and AI to support prevention, but also critically failed to build on the innovation and great practice going on the front line. Promising pilots were never scaled, hard decisions were avoided. Because there has been another story, a story of positivity and change, because across the public sector, people haven't let the funding pressures, the difficulties stop them from trying to change things for people. They haven't stuck to the status quo. Public sectors are under extreme pressure, but they're also full of passionate, committed innovators who've come together across different organisations to wrap support around people when it would have been easier to stay in silos, brought together new coalitions of the voluntary sector, private sector to change things. And the Demos report, and today I think we're going to hear from the work in Gateshead, where the council identified individuals who were bouncing around public services with poor outcomes, and with support from passionate civil service teams in government, completely changed that approach to one that sees the person, builds trust, understands what they need, and builds a pathway for them, not one based on process. And hopefully we'll hear a case study. So I don't know if I'm like giving the kind of ending away early, but I watched I've watched the work, and I was just blown away by one of the stories where an individual had over 3,000 interventions with the state. the number one A&E attendee, costing over £2 million with outcomes worsening. And we all see that in public services, people who have so many people from the state working with them, but actually nothing's changing. And a different way of working in Gateshead meant that that individual went down to 100 supportive interactions, costing £70,000, which is still declining. But most importantly, that had better outcomes, was in recovery, new support from the community. And one thing that really struck me was that the head of the local A&E thought that he had sadly passed away because they hadn't seen him, because that is the reality of our public services. But actually they started to change their approach, and it shows that a different model is possible. And I've seen it in Leeds, where they've done amazing person-centred work, in Manchester, where a strengths-based and preventative adult early help team, working hand in hand with health, have managed to prevent problems escalating, and they estimate that they've saved £39 million of additional costs for the council and health services. But these leaders often doing this against the grain, and it's kind of feels sometimes that serving people and communities has required you to work against the system. Incentives, funding, outdated systems, none of it make it easy to put people first. And imagine what could be achieved if we really got behind public sector innovators, if we rewire the state to focus on serving the public, not organisational boundaries or different departments. And I think for those of us in public service, it is the service of community that connects us all. And in local government, I really saw the transformation that can be unlocked when you build services around people, but also the risks when you don't hear people's voices. And I became leader of Camden in 2017, and just really shortly afterwards, we had a terrible tragedy at Grenfell. And I think still today, I think that it's so raw, the terror that was felt by residents living in tower blocks. And this was really heightened in my community, where we had 5 blocks which had the same cladding. And I just will never forget the visceral fear of a really packed room of residents who talked about their fear for their children, but also a whole host of safety concerns in those buildings. And the next day, the fire brigade inspected the blocks, and they said that it wasn't safe for people to stay in their homes that night, due to a combination of the cladding, but also safety internal issues. And the thing for me was that almost everything that the fire brigade picked up on were things that residents had said to us that night. We hadn't been listening hard enough to their voices. We hadn't been hearing them. And it's a reminder that people know their homes and their communities best, and not hearing them is dangerous. And we need to ask ourselves, where else are we not hearing their voices? What risks is that exposing us to? And it can't take a terrible tragedy for us to do that hard work of deeply listening to our communities and taking action on what they say. That has to become the default way of operating. And I've seen that when services do really listen to people, the results can be transformative. When we pay attention to their aspirations, their strengths, their relationships, when we understand their whole lives. And when I led a council and we started to work really differently with families in the child protection system, we saw really extraordinary results. We introduced family group conferencing, which brings together all the people involved in a child's life to develop a plan to support them. But critically, at the moment they do that conference, the professionals step out of the way, and that family network finds solutions. And that way of working came up with ideas that we would never have come up with if we'd looked at those problems alone in a meeting room. And that approach of putting people at the heart of how we do things saved millions of pounds. We were judged by Ofsted to have outstanding services, but most importantly, so many children are thriving in family networks who wouldn't otherwise be there. And I think we see these green shoots of change in communities around the UK, but we need to get behind the leaders that are doing the hard work of designing services around people, to help people at the earliest point so they don't fall into crisis, to give people back power and agency, to end the inefficiencies that come when services are fragmented and don't speak to each other, and to use that money to put back into our public services. And to deliver this, we need a new partnership approach across departments, across different layers of government. And for me, missions are so exciting because they give us that sense of shared purpose that connect the work of public servants across the UK. And we need public services to be at the heart of delivering the missions, as there's such big ambitions for the country to kickstart economic growth, to make Britain a clean energy superpower, make our streets safe, break down barriers to opportunity, and build an NHS fit for the future. To achieve those, we need to draw on all the ideas and energy of our communities and to use every lever available to us. And we can't make policy in a closed room in Whitehall, but we need to design it around people working with frontline workers. And we want to do away with what I think people are sick of, politicians ignoring the voices of those who use and deliver public services, top-down expensive projects that pay no attention to the reality of what's happening on the ground in places. And for me, the budget was the start of a new era, one that values public services, that invests in the NHS, that recognises that growth needs investment in our public services, schools, hospitals, public infrastructure. And as part of this, I was really excited about the introduction of a public sector reform and innovation fund to help us develop new partnerships in place that use the levers of local, regional and central government to solve the big issues we face. New approaches developed in partnership with citizens. And I think critically, when the rules at the centre are blocking services from delivering for people, we need to change those rules. The 10-year plan for the NHS could have been written in Whitehall, but under Wes, it's being developed with those who use and deliver NHS services. A vision to put more power in the hands of patients so they can manage their own healthcare, to bring support out into communities, closer to people, and to intervene early. And that same commitment to early intervention led by Bridget, transforming children's social care by investing upstream in early family help, preventative services that work to keep families together wherever possible and keep children safe. Health, family support and employment are deeply connected, and Liz Kendall's Get Britain Working white paper recognises this, setting out a fundamentally different approach to employment support, targeting the root causes of unemployment and inactivity, joining up health, skills and employment based on the unique needs of local communities. Job centres will change as we build a national jobs and careers service focused on people's skills, careers and aspirations, not just on monitoring and managing benefits. I remember once talking to a young person who said they felt that the job centre was where hope goes to die, and we need to move to a new model that isn't about blaming and shaming, but empowering people and staff. And this is how frontline workers want to work, accountable for how they serve the public, not for process. I think a confident public sector will be at the heart of driving forward the missions, working with the voluntary sector, the private sector, communities and families. Together we'll have a relentless focus on delivering for people. And I know because I've seen it, that this approach unlocks new resources. It finds community and help that was previously hidden, whether from friends, family, faith groups or neighbours. Children able to stay with their family networks, adults able to live independently rather than go into a home, people who faced extreme difficulty finding meaningful work and secure housing, or just that little bit of space at the end of the month when you're not burdened by debt. People finding agency, power and hope. Or as a woman who had been really struggling to see a way forward said to me, I felt like I was trapped, and now I feel that anything is possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to use the privilege of having convened this room to ask a few questions.
Sure.
And then we're going to do some audience questions as well. The first thing that strikes me so much listening to you speak is how much of it is your own experience on the ground of individuals, of systems, of how the whole piece comes together. And we heard lots of those examples in your speech. What are the kind of key lessons about citizens and about the capacity in public services to achieve change that you take from all that experience?
Yeah, I think the work I did in local government just completely transformed how I think about things. And I think that there's a lot that I take as key lessons. I think the first is the importance of really deeply listening to people. People, as I said, know their homes, they know their lives, their communities, their strengths. And I think if we try and build services without them, we can't build effective services. If we really want to help people, we need to work with them and ensure they're part of designing those services, and that we understand how they live their lives. So every time I've seen that happen in local government, we've created better services. I think I saw the importance of place, because at a place level you have, whether you're a business, a voluntary sector organisation, someone who lives in the community, a council, the NHS, police, there's a kind of something that connects you. So I think there's, massive opportunities to knit things together for people at place. And, that's something that we did in Camden, but I've seen it happen around the country. And I think that's really critical. And I suppose you said in the speech earlier, talking about the report, also investing in your people. What really changes lives often is a relationship, feeling seen, and building something, building support around a person. Mm-hmm. And for a frontline worker, that is can be quite a scary thing to do, because you don't always have the perfect process map. There's a bit of vulnerability to that. You need to work differently. So really investing and supporting in our people to do the work of transforming lives alongside citizens, but also when you're kind of developing change, whether that's at a local government level or a national level, that you're really hearing that experience of the front line, and that feedback loop is always happening.
There's something really fascinating I'm hearing in that about trust, and about trusting people, maybe not blind trust, but kind of really considered trust in people to be their own experts in the front line, to hold the expertise. And we're in a kind of social climate at the moment which is quite low trust, and particularly in politicians. And I'm wondering kind of like how the state can kind of start to build trust in people.
Yeah, and I think that where trust has been lost in the state is often where people haven't been listened to, where people have been kind of setting out injustices that have impacted them for a long time, and they haven't been heard. And that is, that's something we fundamentally need to change, and that's why a kind of approach that really listens to people is so important. And I think that I think trust is critical in change, but I think it does need to be accompanied by accountability, but the accountability of real change for people. What are the outcomes that you're achieving, whether it's against the missions or what's important in people's lives? So I think, the two working together are really critical.
Yeah. One of the things we thought about a lot in this work was the kind of systems change challenge, because there are so many great examples of this. This is made in Gateshead, it's made in Camden, it's made across the country, these ideas. But why can some areas do it and other areas not? What do you see the difference in that kind of innovation culture, and what's holding others back that perhaps you can do something about in a public sector reform programme?
I think when you're deep in the crisis, it can be very hard to kind of pull back. So where people have been really, where the demand is so high that they've actually had to cut some of that preventative infrastructure, when you get into that crisis loop that many public services have got into, it can be hard to kind of pull out of that. And I think that, I said in the speech that a huge amount of capacity has gone out, and reform does take capacity. And so I think that, we need to play a really important role in the centre in kind of, ensuring that there is the right capacity at a local and a regional level to really drive forward this change. But also to make sure that we are creating kind of change and rules at the centre, that they are not holding back this kind of work. Because if you've got accountability that is forcing people into silos, that actively kind of stops this kind of work. And I said in the speech that often it feels like when you're doing it, you're doing it against the system. It's such, you know, you're constantly having to push, and it shouldn't be that hard. It should be the natural way of working, because it is how people want to work. So, you know, you shouldn't have to have a huge amount of capacity or be an extraordinary innovator to be able to work in this way. It should be something that we are able to support and enable, and so it's the easy way to work.
I know these are ideas that are very live in your mind. You're thinking it through at the moment, but what are your thoughts on the key things the centre can do differently that you want to change about the centre to enable that innovation to flourish?
You know, I think that sometimes used to think local government was siloed, and then I got to central government. I think some of the issues we have is that when we take too much of a kind of every department seeing their part of a person in isolation, that is a massive issue. And so I think it's critical that as government we see people at the heart of how we deliver services, and we and that kind of is our guiding purpose. And I've set up a cross-government interministerial group, they call them, which has all, you know, every public service department on it, so we can start to kind of thread together our kind of shared way of working, which I think is really important. But I think it's also how we design policy, and I think too often I've seen that policy and change reform is, you know, happened in isolation from those who are actually doing the delivery on the ground. And I think we need a new way of designing policy, which is absolutely testing, iterating with the front line and scaling together. And you know, I think that bringing together of policy and delivery will make such a difference, because often, you know, from local government, I used to just kind of watch as we'd have all these tiny pots of money, we'd spend so much money kind of bidding for them, and none of it would kind of create a whole. And I think actually if it's much more of a partnership approach and we're delivering change together, I think so much can be unlocked from that.
And you're starting with this Public Service Reform and Innovation Fund, which sounds like it's very much working on that test and learn model. Do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, I think we're going to be saying more about that soon.
Yeah.
But I think that the thinking behind that is very much working in partnership with places to kind of test and iterate new ways of working. And I think what's really important to me is these are not pilots. Very much heard, no more pilots over there. But these are actually testing not just how you do things on the ground, but actually how do we in the centre change things to support that. So you know, I hope that they'll be part of a kind of continuous learning and scaling up. So work we do with one place helps change the approach for many others. And so and it's something that is very much a kind of open call. So we're working with different public sector leaders, with think tanks, with philanthropy, with so many different people who want to be involved. So this is a way of us like actually getting on and doing some change together, but not in isolation from government, in partnership with government.
And in those partnerships you build, that's a very kind of Minister Gould move, isn't it? Kind of creating those kind of networks for change. And I've heard you talk about mission delivery as being the role of the centre being to create the conditions for success and to allow an ecosystem to flourish, to deliver, rather than to kind of command and control from 100%. The centre. Like, tell us a bit more about that, and also what can everyone in this room who cares about these things, comes from all different places, what can we all do?
So missions, I'm very passionate about missions, and we came to missions in local government actually out of COVID. So COVID was obviously a terrible time, but I think the way that it forced us to work together in a way we never had before. And we achieved things during COVID in months that would have previously taken us years. Everyone in, new food distribution networks. And we managed to work with mutual aid groups, with the voluntary sector, to get over problems that kind of bureaucracy would have stood in the way of. And I think that that kind of singularity of purpose and pace around very clear objectives led to real transformation, and we in Camden wanted to take that same pace to some of the other long-term challenges we were facing. So we worked with Mariana Mazzucato, who was based in Camden, to develop 4 missions for the borough, and we thought a lot about what it meant to lead missions. And I think the word that we came up with was being a steward, that we're not delivering everything, but we're setting, well, not just us alone, but with the community, setting kind of objectives, outcomes that we want to work to, but ones we don't know the pathway to get there yet. And we're kind of calling on everyone in that community, private sector, voluntary sector, individuals to take action collectively. And I think that, nationally, it's so exciting to see that mission-based approach, because it has the potential to connect the work in Camden to the work in Gateshead, to the work in Manchester, to the work nationally, and for there to be a kind of golden thread throughout that. But it does require a different way of working, one that is about convening, that is about kind of inspiration, really understanding where there is great practice that you can scale up, and that kind of asks for the creativity of communities. And I always felt that in Camden, missions had really embedded when stuff was happening that I had no idea about, that the council had not been involved in, but communities were leading. And I think, I suppose the ask is, this week, the Prime Minister will be setting out real clarity about kind of what's really important to the government around mission delivery. But I think that for everyone to think about what in your organisation, in your own lives, can you do to support that, and it kind of asks for leadership from all of us, and that it's a kind of purpose that works if we all kind of step up to do something about it. So and if you have ideas that you want to kind of test with us, then the kind of innovation projects that we're doing, we're really up for those conversations and thinking about how we take forward different approaches.
Thank you. One final question before we go to audiences. I've felt throughout this project and the work we've done, and previously when I wrote a book about children's social care, where I spent a lot of time in Camden seeing what you were doing there, I felt like there is a real struggle with language around this. So people talk about relational public services, citizen empowerment, activation, like there's lots of, and none of it quite tells what a powerful intervention it is. How are you kind of squaring that in your kind of conversations across government?
I think that where it becomes really powerful, and I'm sure Gateshead presenting that, I keep saying
they are later.
They are
whether they're here yet.
Yeah, but when Gateshead kind of, I think sometimes showing what is the status quo now, and they had an amazing map that showed, in a normal system that we have, not by design, but it has been what's emerged, what happens to citizens, how many people they need to kind of navigate through to get support. And I often, now that I'm doing this, ask people what they want from public services when they come to my surgery and so on. And, the thing that comes up most often is someone will kind of say their story and they'll just say, look, I just want to live a normal life. And actually, at the moment, because I can't get the council to give me a corridor that lets my wheelchair through, I can't go out and do a job. I can't, I'm actually now kind of dependent, and I don't want to be. And I think that sense of powerlessness in kind of in the system, I think we all recognise that and we see that. Actually, when anyone trying to book a GP appointment, as I was for my son this morning, and the hours on the phone, people couldn't understand I think it's really, that powerlessness, and I think that when you see what a different approach can unlock, that that can be a real moment for change. And I think that's why it's so important to show what is possible and to do that in partnership, because it's actually quite hard for me to sum it up. But if you have somebody who's worked, who's been helped in that way, whose life has been changed, they're some of the most powerful and moving conversations that you will ever see. And sometimes people think sounds quite soft and cuddly, but actually the hard numbers are there. You know, the systems that work in this way save money, and they can evidence that. And I think that evidence base is also really critical.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we did in publishing the report today was look at what savings you can make to the state if you went back to 2020 productivity levels, and we estimated that would be 41 billion a year. So there are real savings to find in there, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Gateshead because it's a really powerful example. Right, we're going to take some questions now. I'm going to take them in three. I can hit the first hand was at the back there, Andrew, and then at the middle and left. So 1, 2, 3 first.
So thank you.
If you can introduce yourself so we know who you are.
My name's Charlie Adden. I'm a non-exec director of Collaborate CIC and a former local authority chief executive here in London and elsewhere. Thank you, Georgia. That was inspirational. I've worked for some great leaders in my time, but I wish I'd worked at Camden. And I want to pick up the theme of leadership. Do you think there's a need for us to develop new capacity, styles of leadership to lead these complex collaborative systems? Do you think this is why some places can and some places can't change? And do you think it's something we should be investing in?
Brilliant. And the gentleman in the middle.
Hello, yeah, my name is Jonathan Bland. I run an initiative called E3M, which promotes and supports social enterprise innovation in public services. And in terms of the points about partnership and positive things and doing things differently, the social enterprises I work with deliver about £1 billion worth of services in different parts of the UK, in children's and in social care and in health, and some of the areas where local authorities are hemorrhaging because of things not working, like the children's homes. And there are some brilliant social enterprise and social economy models for doing that. And I heard you mention the voluntary sector a couple of times, but social enterprise seems to be missing a bit, both from the recommendations and from the report. I did quite a lot of work with the last Labour government on this, and it just seems that there's a huge potential that you could tap into, but it needs some leadership from the centre.
Thank you. And Amy.
Hi, I'm Amy Gandon. I am a former civil servant and I've done quite a lot of work on transforming sort of central government and perhaps some of the barriers that you're encountering at the moment, perhaps, and I'm now a freelance researcher. But I guess this is all about trying to sort of embed relationships more at the front line. I was wondering if you could speak about the role of relationships in sort of achieving that transformation. Because I guess, at least from my experience, some of the barriers to making this happen are about quite like psychological human traits. For example, people not wanting to loosen their grip on things that they're sort of accountable for, people maybe not trusting kind of the intentions or abilities of people that they don't kind of intimately know. And it'd be great to hear your experience of how you might overcome some of those barriers.
Brilliant. So we had Charlie on leadership, Jonathan on social enterprise, and Amy on psychological barriers.
Yeah. I think, I can't remember who said it, but, you know, bad systems beat good people. And I think my experience of the civil service is that there are so many people who want to work in this way. And, you know, everyone, well, not everyone, most people go into public service because they want to serve the public, whether that's in the civil service, in other parts of the public sector, in local government. But often we set up barriers to do that. And I think you're spot on about relationships. I think part of the issue is genuinely closed room policy being made in a closed room in Whitehall, and people, you know, who are kind of poring over policy and kind of thinking about it, but they're not doing it alongside those on the front line. And so if you had teams who were literally working alongside each other, you know, somebody who's responsible for thinking about that kind of national policy, you know, working alongside somebody from a social enterprise, from the voluntary sector, from the public sector who are doing it on the ground, I think that would be such an exciting and energizing process for everybody. And I think that's, you know, what I want to move more towards. And we have civil servants actually situated around the country. I think there are massive opportunities to do that, and I agree that relationships need to be part of it. But I also think that you need, you know, if you're going to work in that way, you iterate, you trial, and sometimes you fail, and sometimes things don't work, and you fail fast, and you admit that. And I think there has to be a culture where, you know, of innovation, where we accept that test things, and we will work together to do that. And actually owning up when it doesn't work is a success, and that helps the system, because where we've seen terrible failure is where people try and hide and bury bad news. And so I think that cultural change is critical, and I do think that does require leadership and political leadership. The point about social enterprises, I absolutely think social enterprise is a massive part of this, and I should have mentioned them. And I think that and there's some we're really thinking about this. My brief is public sector reform, but I have a lot of kind of levers and functions of government that sit within that, and one of them is procurement. And in February, we're going to be setting out a new national policy procurement statement, and I've been talking to a number of social enterprises about that and how we ensure procurement supports SMEs across the board, including social enterprises. And I suppose one of my reflections from local government is it can be quite hard for social enterprises to go round every single different council and kind of have a conversation. I think there's something to think about of how we work differently across the board with social enterprises, and really keen to explore that further. And then the question about leadership, I think leadership is critical. Leadership at every level, we do, I think, need to invest more in our public sector and civil service leaders, but also kind of ensuring that we see everyone as a leader. And I think that it is as important to do really good supervision of social workers and really support them to work in a different way as it is to have leadership at the top of organisations. So it's something I think if you're talking about a real shift in how we do things to a mission-based approach, which is about capacity building, it's about convening, it's about coalition building. Those are new skill sets, and some people have, but I think it is also a way that I think most people do actually want to work, but I think sometimes the system's prevented them, and actually, just getting a bit of support to make that transition that actually now new ways of working are possible. I don't think leadership is the only reason, though, that the change is harder in other parts of the country. I think in there is the historic kind of intervention makes a difference. Like in Camden, we were starting with quite a strong base of early intervention to build from, and I think we need to and strong relationships across different services, and maybe partly that is leadership, but I think that can it can be quite hard if in a place you're not able to build that. So I think that there is more work we need to do to support the system, and structurally as well as investing in leadership.
Thank you so much for that. I'm going to take 3 more questions. So 1, 2, and 3. I'm just taking the first 3 at the front there. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Georgia. It's really good to hear from you. I'm Nat Sai. I am the Chief Executive of Renacy. I just wanted to ask about your view on the VCSE sector. It feels to me that they're really critical in realising this vision that you've just set out, obviously. But I think it will surprise no one to share that obviously the sector is really struggling and creaking at a time when actually its potential could be realised in a really transformative way. And so I'd really like to hear a little bit more about central government's view on and how you might support the VCSE sector at the moment, for many of the leaders in that sector actually recognise much of what you're saying have been trying to work in this way for a very long time, and successfully doing so in small and larger ways. And I think we're missing a trick really in terms of really seeing that actually the health of that industry is really critical to realising this vision.
I don't know if other people. I missed what sector you were talking about,
VCSE.
which was VCSE. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Sorry, Grace Duffy from Bridges Outcomes Partnerships. But I was, before this role, I was a civil servant for a while, so 12 years. So I wonder if I might offer a very brief reflection on some things, and then a question, which is about some of the sort of practical and psychological barriers, I think, in central government. And even in MHCLG, the department I was in for 4 or 5 years, I was quite struck by, and I was one of these, had very, very little awareness and understanding actually about the practicalities and how local government works. And actually there's an awful lot of gatekeeping, I found, within the department about building those relationships between central and local government. So just a bit of a reflection that is, I think, it's an important practical and psychological barrier to get over. Oh, and also data sharing, which is a very big one. We always hear about data sharing. It's a tricky challenge and an important one. But then my question is, it's wonderful to hear about you joining up in the interministerial group across departments, and that policy coming together is hugely important. But we also reflect on how important the money is and joining up the money. So just wondering if you could tell us a bit about in the spending review and how missions are driving that and the prospects for that kind of joining up.
Reveal the spending review. And there was one behind as well.
Hello, thank you. I'm Maria Pavlou. I'm from the Office of Public Affairs for the Baha'i Community of the UK. And my question, just listening to this wonderful conversation, was about how do people who are not plugged into these spaces, how are they inspired by the learning that's coming out of these spaces, and actually the role of the media within this? Because often we forget that actually this is like a great tool for sharing and disseminating examples, case studies, insights, and actually also goes back to the case about trust that you talked about, and connecting people at the grassroots and their trust to governments. Actually, media plays a great relationship in that, and what stories are highlighted, how are things talked about, who are the voices that we're hearing in that space, and what happens when a very antagonistic kind of system is in place within that media infrastructure. So yeah, I wonder if you talk a little bit about that.
I think they're all such great questions. I think the question about, well, starting actually with trust, because I think you, when you're thinking about the voluntary sector and the broader community groups, faith groups, I think that there is often trust there that isn't always in public services, local government, and like deep trust because of the kind of work, the relational work that naturally happens in communities. So I think they're absolutely critical to this agenda. And I talked about the capacity being stripped out of local government, and one of the kind of impacts of that has really hit voluntary sector organisations as more councils are forced to retreat to statutory services. So I think that I think it's really important that we support and work with the voluntary sector, and I think this links to this question about money. I know I did reveal the Gateshead briefing early, but I can't reveal the spending review. But I can of course say that there are active conversations about all of these questions. But I just wanted to give a kind of wider reflection on the point about money, because I think often what happens in the system we have now is the investment that goes into prevention, early intervention, the savings are felt in other parts of a system. And actually, I've often seen things that are working and are having brilliant results end up being cut because they are not getting the savings. And I think that's something that we need to think about and work through as we look at this agenda. I think the point about, how do we tell the story of what's happening? And I remember in local government, like actually being a good leader, I often think is being like a magpie. You just go around and try and find the brilliant and good ideas and bring them in. And actually it's really hard. I think that, the work Demos are doing, I can see Jess Studdert, who runs New Local, or a brilliant new confirmed chief executive of New Local. I think organisations like this do really important work in, finding those places that are innovating and really kind of getting under the skin of what allows that to happen and sharing that with the rest of the system. But I do think there's much more we can do around evidence and evidence of what works. And I was yesterday meeting with all of the What Works centres across government, having exactly this conversation. Like, how do we better kind of share the evidence and make sure that is the people on the front line are empowered by that evidence and they have it at their fingertips, but in a way that is something they can operationalise, that they can understand, how did this actually happen? What was the kind of management and leadership structures behind it? How did you deal with some of these challenges? I think we don't do enough of that, and I think there's a massive opportunity to do more. And I would love it if the media wanted to tell stories about the innovation that's happening. So I think that's, but I do think also that's why regional and local media is really important, because you can often kind of bring out some of those more localised stories.
I think if we're efficient, we have time for two very, very quick
Was that Dick?
questions. So the efficiency challenge. Gentleman
Productive.
here and very productive looking lady over there. Yeah.
Good morning. Jamie Fisher, I work for Wandsworth and Richmond councils in London. I'm interested there that Georgia mentioned about working in an agile way and, you know, acknowledging your failures, but I think that's a big part of it, is creating space and permission for people to fail and services to fail. You know, as a local authority, we've got CQC inspections, Ofsted, building safety regulator, social housing regulator, lots of regulators, and if we fail, we get hit hard. So how can we create the space and permission to innovate?
Great question. And lady behind you.
Hi, thanks for this. It's been so thought-provoking that I'm sort of torn between two questions, but I'm worried it's sort of it's a bit of a Venn diagram with your question. But my name's Kat Harrison, and I've worked in policy influencing and implementing in the NHS for around 15 years. And
yeah, can you speak up?
Sorry.
oh, sorry,
Yeah.
can you hear better? Okay. So I'm Kat Harrison, and I've worked in policy influencing and implementation in the NHS for about 15 years, and doing a bit of research outside it now, and really interested in this agenda. But I'm really curious about you've mentioned about the shift from command and control as a really important mindset shift at central government. But what needs to change in order to respond better when things go wrong? So often that is the result of, you know, that comes about mostly when big crises happen, a huge amount of risk being held by the system. You know, what has to happen in central government and more broadly, perhaps the media as well, in order to create the environment where that's responded to?
Those questions are actually quite similar about the kind of freedom to fail, but also how do you shift from the command and control instinct?
Yeah, I think it's really important to say that this is not about, you know, doing away with accountability. I think accountability is absolutely critical. I think it's critical that citizens have, like, you know, standards that they can expect, and that is clear. And I do think that the centre does have a really important role in setting kind of outcomes and standards. But I think what we need to do much more of is like actually have much better insight and understanding of what's happening on the ground. So we're understanding deviation, both positive, where things are going really well and we can learn from that, and actually where things are failing, how we're putting in the right support and kind of you know, high support, high challenge environment to kind of build them up. So and within that, having that kind of process of continuous learning and development and kind of relentless focus on delivering for people. I think a lot you know, I think we know often what we want to do. It's the how of getting there that we need to test, and that's the bit that I think we, you know, can test and experiment with ideas. But I think it's an interesting question, because when you're dealing with services with the most vulnerable, you're talking about adult social care or children, you actually can't take risks with their safety. And so you need, when you're doing change, you have to do it in a way that is really, really thoughtful about that risk and has safety at its heart. And I think that's why that kind of supervision and the work of, you know, the really careful work of working with frontline workers, of actually we're going to kind of do a family group conference. It's not that the social workers just get out of the way and just, you know, leave the family to it. They are, you know, they're really clear about the parameters and the safety of a child, and they have that dialogue, and they work together. So I think that, you know, it's not doing away with safety and the imperative of supporting that person. But I think in terms of the way you kind of approach things, I think, and often the kind of, actually we've invested in this new model and it hasn't really worked, but we're just that's okay. We've got the evidence. We're gonna stop doing that, and understanding that is a positive. And I think that's a cultural change that definitely needs to happen. And I think that, you know, we should, when we do kind of see things that aren't working, it's how we're kind of intervening constructively to improve it and taking that as a real means to reform. So it's definitely a give and take, I think, on how that work happens.
It's my sad job to wrap up now and to say thank you so much for your time, your thought, sharing your views with such candour with the audience, and taking part in this. And whatever people in this room can do, what we can do to support your work as you go forward, we're really kind of keen to help.
Well, Nick, I'm really sorry to do this, but Nick here is leading on our test and learn. So if people do want to be involved or kind of work, then Nick is there to work with you.
I'm going to invite you all to say a huge thank you and say we will have a quick comfort break and reconvene here at 11:15. But for now, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you.
grab some water. You got some water
Right,
there?
brilliant. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. And I just want to say a very quick thank you for those questions for the Minister, which I thought were absolutely brilliant. It was really lovely to have that diversity of input from the room. So our next session, we are focusing on devolution. I'd like to introduce my colleague Miriam Levin, Director of Participatory Programmes at Demos, who is going to lead this session.
So yes, welcome to our first panel of the day. We're going to be focusing on devolution of public services. We've got about 45 minutes, so we're going to keep it quite short and sweet. All the panellists know to keep it short and sweet, and then we've got a chance at the end for you to ask questions. So I'm delighted to be joined on the panel today, firstly by Harpreet Uppal, a Member of Parliament for Huddersfield. Harpreet is also Parliamentary Private Secretary to Angela Rayner, Deputy Prime Minister and Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. And previously, Harpreet was a councillor for Kirklees Council from May 2018 to 2022. I'm joined by James Winterbottom. James is a Director of Strategy and Innovation at Wigan Council, and he served in various roles at the council over the last 14 years, including as Director of Children's Services and Director of Digital, Leisure and Wellbeing. James was kind enough to invite the team who was working on this project up to Wigan for a visit, which I know the whole team found really inspiring, so they've got lots of lessons to learn from Wigan. I'm joined by Professor Patrick Diamond. Patrick is Professor of Public Policy at Queen Mary University and Director of the Mile End Institute. He is a visiting fellow at Kellogg College, University of Oxford, and associate member of the Nuffield College. He was also a local councillor in Southwark between 2010 and 2018. Patrick was also kind enough to be a policy advisor on the task force, which meant that we had a huge amount of benefit from his experience and of his knowledge during the last year or so. And last but not least, we got Tim Pope. Tim is Managing Consultant for PA Consulting, who are one of the funders of the task force. Tim has over 20 years' experience working on local public services as a consultant, a civil service, and a campaigner. So just to set out a couple of remarks before we get going on the panel. In the task force final report, which was published today, we argue for a new wave of public services devolution to combined authorities in England. And that's really to address two issues that we've identified in the paper, which is that the governance of English public services today, services are both too centralised and also fragmented locally. And we think that combined authorities can help address both of those challenges. So devolution of powers to combined authorities started with economic and transport issues. Planning is going to be devolved to combined authorities, strategic planning. But we believe there's also a really strong case for the devolution of public services to be the next frontier of devolution to combined authorities in England. And to support this, one of the ideas, one of the recommendations in the paper is the creation of public service reform boards, which would bring together leaders of all relevant public services in the area, in the area covered by a combined authority, and over time these boards could become a strategic commissioners of public services locally. But that's kind of to set up a bit of a framework and a few ideas for the panel to discuss today. I'm going to hand over to the panel now to hear their reflections. So Harpreet, starting with yourself. You used to be a councillor in Kirklees. Can you tell us how you experienced kind of what it meant to have a very centralised state with respect to public services, and now from your view within central government, kind of how we could be doing it differently?
Well, thank you, Miriam, for having me here, and what a fantastic panel that I'm sat with you, and great to have someone from Wigan as well. Absolutely fantastic. They've been doing some fantastic work there as well. And how great is it to have a panel devolution in central London as well? So I'm loving that. I was a councillor in Kirklees between 2018 and 2022. And there's no doubt for a lot of us in local government, we've felt too many decisions have been made in Westminster, and also that local government hasn't been trusted enough, even though they have been the delivery mechanism for local public services for a very long time. And actually the things that constituents contact us about, whether you're a councillor or an MP, much of it relates to local public delivery and public service. So there's far more we have to do to trust local government. But I have to say, as I started out as a councillor, I'd previously worked for Andy Burnham on his mayoral campaign, so I'd seen the difference that that was to come in Greater Manchester, and working for an MP in Oldham as well. I saw the impact that devolution has had there. And obviously we had the West Yorkshire Mayor Tracy Brabin as well as I started my role as a councillor. So for me, as a councillor, I wasn't against elected mayors. I actually think they're a good thing and they can help support local delivery. But there's also no doubt in terms of central government, in terms of the way budgets are set, local authorities have been massively constrained and they are left to deal with the problems because of those budget shortfalls as well. So there's far more we have to do to trust local government as well.
Thank you. Yeah, right there. That should work. So James, the Wigan deal has been an inspiration to a lot of people around the country. Can you tell us a little bit more about the approach of the Wigan deal and how a less centralised state could enable you to have gone further?
Yeah, thank you so much. Lovely to be here. I guess the reforms in Wigan over the past decade or so were informed from a number of simple but profound insights that came out of a set of experiments in our communities, which we kind of quickly understood were having significant impacts positively on people's lives, so looked to scale them across the system, and led ultimately to quite a deep shift in the way in which we thought about and planned and delivered public services in Wigan. And the ingredients of those reforms, we've heard lots of that already today, really. It was about an asset-based approach, putting your assessment form to one side for a second and seeing the human being that you were working with, a permission to innovate, a kind of culture of psychological safety that was really hard won, actually, to give permission to our workforce to think differently, to step outside of the perceived rules sometimes, to find positive outcomes for people, investing in our communities and building integrated teams wrapped around schools and GPs as those kind of trusted places in communities with a shared set of behaviours, which was about taking accountability for outcomes and kind of showing your love and pride for the place. So they were the kind of key ingredients, I guess. And over that time, we've seen such a huge impact in terms of the difference that makes to people's lives. But as we've also heard today, the kind of power of the bureaucracy and sometimes the impact of fragmented funding systems and fear-based regulation all kind of have an impact on the ability of amazing practitioners to build those relationships and do whatever it takes to create the conditions for people to live their best lives, which ultimately was the kind of purpose of the work that we set out. And over the past 18 months or so, we've been thinking deeply about what that's meant for us in Wigan, what the kind of strengths and successes of that have been, but listening to lots of amazing innovations that are going on across the country, as we've already heard about, and with our communities and with our partners, thinking about this next 10 years. And Progress with Unity is our new movement for change that kind of builds on the successes of that work, and I can see a lot of the kind of echoes of that in the work that Demos has done, which is fabulous.
Thank you. Patrick, governments often take office kind of with a big promise to devolve, and then they fail to deliver. What do you think this government could do differently?
Well, thanks very much, and I want to just begin by saying congratulations on the report to the whole Demos team. I think it's a fantastic piece of work, not just because I was an advisor on the task force, but that my contributions were very much incidental to the approach that was taken. And actually, I want to start with this point because you were kind enough not to mention in your introduction that I started my career working as a special advisor at the centre of government. And actually all of the worst aspects of reforming public services that are discussed in this report, top-down targets, managerialism, over-centralisation, setting edicts from the centre, hyperactive special advisors charging around like it's an episode of In the Thick of It, trying to invent new initiatives. I was responsible for all of that, or at least partly. So I'm here today to speak to you, but also to beg forgiveness to those of you who were the victims of these edicts. But I want to reflect on just a couple of points about what the centre should do, or what government should be thinking about in terms of devolution. And there are 2 points I want to make about how government can get this right, and then just one point which I think is a challenge. So I think the things that government needs to do to make a success of devolution, and I think the supposition of your question is quite correct, that governments in the past have promised devolution but not delivered. The first is to build on the existing structures, and I think the real advantage of this government and the approach that it's taking is that it is building on what currently exists rather than seeking to dismantle. And that might seem like a very simplistic point to make, but it's precisely what past governments have not done. I mean, my view is that it was a disaster to dismantle the regional development agencies in 2010, which is not to say that RDAs were perfect or that they got everything right, but we should have been able to build on those structures and develop them rather than dismantling. This constant pattern we've had in British government reform in the last 40 years of instability, institutional volatility, constantly dismantling and recreating, I think this has not been good for good governance, and it's certainly not been good for public services, and most of all, given the theme of this conference, it's not been good for the citizens who are the recipients of those services. So I think building on what exists is really important. The other point I would make about how governments get this right is that they've got to move early. Now, we may hear more this morning about the devolution white paper, but I think the fact that the government is getting its act together and moving quickly is really, really important. There's always a window of opportunity at the beginning of a parliament to get more politically difficult things done. And the fact that it's moving speedily is, I think, really, really advantageous. And I would also say that I think it is trying to reform the state public services at a time when there is a general agreement across a lot of the political spectrum that the way that we govern the UK and England in particular has not been working. We come out of the COVID crisis, we've come out of recent shocks, we've seen a whole series of events in which it's clear that many of our institutions are not working as they should be, and we need to seize the window of opportunity to make radical reform now. The one challenge, and I'll finish on this point, Miriam, is to say that I think to get this right, to get devolution right, and to avoid the problems that previous governments have got into, we do also need big and serious reform of the centre of government. I know that's a theme of today, but I think we have a centre in UK and in particular in English government which is trying to do too much. It's too operational. There are too many ministers. I think Georgia's gone, so I can safely say that. Not Georgia Gould, I hasten to add, but I think in general we have a structure in which there are just too many ministers trying to do things in departments. There's a whole, I think, set of questions about the Treasury and really how effective that is in terms of this public service reform agenda. So I think reform of the centre, which is politically difficult, you have to confront a lot of vested interests. In some ways it goes against the grain of the way that the Labour Party has historically thought about public services. I nonetheless think if this government's going to get devolution right in the way that previous governments haven't, then you do need a big and serious agenda to reform the centre of government. But I'll leave it there. Maybe we can come back to some of that in discussion.
Thank you. Tim, you've worked with public services across the country. How do you think we can make a success of devolution to combined authorities? And kind of following on from what Patrick just said, what do you think some of the risks are that we need to mitigate?
Yeah, thanks. And it feels like a bit confessional as well. So, having also been in civil service and run some of those programmes in ways that I definitely wouldn't run them now, having spent the last sort of 15 years or so working alongside a lot of local authorities trying to knit together well-intentioned sort of policies and programmes, but make them work in local places, and that sort of understanding in terms of how places work. I think the issue for me with combined authorities is that the genie's out the bottle really in terms of delivery. I think what you've seen both starting from London, Greater Manchester, West Midlands, elsewhere now increasingly across the country, all of those places that have those combined authorities are actually getting on with delivery and doing things that's right for their place. We're seeing that success. I don't think many people in those places would say we want to give that power back to go. And I think even with the limited powers and responsibilities that those places had, predominantly around sort of economic types of issues, they're showing their worth. Having demonstrated that they can be place shapers, I think what we're calling for now is that opportunity for them to also become policy shapers, and I think the involvement of the mayors and the combined authorities in actually a grown-up conversation about shaping policy together is a really positive early sign of that. And it's a really good thing about how we can bend the approach to the context of that place to make it work, not assuming one approach is going to work everywhere, and not trying to do the same things everywhere. You asked about risks, so probably just to flag three on there. First, the will, then skill, and also the sort of the readiness for this agenda. So in terms of will, I think places need to want it. They need to demonstrate they can come together, they can collaborate to make things work, they will make a difference by doing it. And we've heard about some of the great places where that's happening, but I think you talk to people and scratch the surface. It's hard work to do that, and there's other places in the country that still need to get that will together to do things in a different way, understand what they want to do, and not just waiting to see what the offer is. Combined authorities, we've talking about those, they need the support of other local actors as well. They need that collaboration, they need the cooperation. They don't need to try and do everything themselves. Actually, the best ones are more about how can I enable you to do what you're doing, not try and take it over, and assume that responsibility. So it's earning the autonomy by assuming their autonomy to go through. And we do call through the task force for combined authorities to cover the whole of the country, but it can't just be imposed on places. I think the government, past and present, to be fair, have got it right in terms of trying to seek that mayoral accountability as well, and saying actually if you want more powers, then you need to take the accountability that comes with it. I think that's a really positive thing. On the skill, I was really encouraged talking to people as they're trying to set up the East Midlands Combined Authority, talking about how they really wanted to attract talent from across different sectors and not just become another local authority. It was actually how can we do different things and do it in a distinctive way. I think everyone knows that the sector's had to find efficiencies and capacity's really gone. But I think if you go out there, you find a lot of people what Charles Landry might call creative bureaucrats, people who work in the public sector but approach their role with that sort of innovation and creativity. We've heard some of them, there's many of them in the room, and actually it's unlocking more of their power, liberating them to do more. I always wanted to do that sort of chief of staff in Bristol, where that's where was ours from. There was always a sign, City and County of Bristol. I thought that'd be my dream job in the public sector. I didn't think they would ever come back, but you're seeing job adverts for that type of role now, and that's a really positive thing. Finally, just that sort of readiness there. So I think many of us are sort of here because we're impatient for this agenda. We just want to get on with it. I think we have to go as fast as we can, but as slow as we need to. It's in no one's interest to devolve a lot of power and responsibility for places that aren't ready for it, and say, therefore, told you it wouldn't work. So it does need support from central government, not just around sort of audit, inspection, monitoring, but how do we do that sort of testing and learning and nurturing in a really, really positive way. I think I'll just conclude saying that reform dividend that we've talked about this morning really is there. We can really, through following this agenda, unlock that benefits by trusting local partnerships to really come together and make it happen.
Thank you. Can I just pick up on that last point about local partnerships? Because one of the recommendations that we've got in the report is to set up public service reform boards, and those are really only going to work effectively if you've got all the different public services working in partnership. Can I ask for just like a quick couple of points from each of the panel members about how do you build that effective partnership?
No, I think we've had a theme through a lot of the discussion about relationships and actually talking to people and aligning some of those agendas and being in the same room discussing it. And more about that sort of mindset of collaboration rather than competition. And I think we're getting more and more of that. But it requires both those local partners, but also a lot of people who work in national agencies who work in local places to adapt what they're doing. And it's no one agency has the right answer. It's about how do we come together and how do we also do that engagement with the people who live in the place as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the relationships point. I suppose, like for me, it's about getting real and being focused on people's real lives. I suppose there's a risk whenever things like boards are set up that kind of new public management pull kind of comes through, and it's into kind of numbers and metrics and targets, and everybody trying to kind of agree what the standard is and rolling that out everywhere. And I think the success of important kind of convening places for people coming together at that level to make real change has got to be about people's real lives real examples, real stories, how to create the conditions for that amazing practice to flourish and not stifle it by a kind of insistence that there's a standard or an approach.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's a really good point, actually, about how we do involve citizens, because what we don't want, as you say, is another group of people making decisions who actually, you know, for those citizens, it feels like they're very far away from their life. So how we make sure citizens are a part of that process as well, I think, is really important. And it's something that we are looking at in terms of how do we devolve that power to local communities as well. But I think another, just to say on this public service reform agenda, obviously you had Georgia here and the Cabinet Office are working on this closer. So it's fantastic that she's been here, and I'm sure she's going to want to talk to you about the report and what you've said on the reform boards. But we are wanting to also move to a much more preventative agenda, and I think that's really important because we've been focused on crisis for a very, very long time, and particularly at a local government level, they've just not had the bandwidth to do that wider work on prevention. But that has to come from everywhere, and we have to show leadership on that. So we've already done some work around announcing a 3-year, 100 million public sector reform innovation fund, wanting to work very closely with local areas on that. And the phase 2 of the spending review will also commit to a preventative approach to public service delivery. So there is some leadership there, but we need to make sure that we're delivering it locally. Thank you. Patrick.
I can be very brief because I think all the good points have been made on this. I would just make 2 very quick reflections. One is I think money is very important. So if these boards are going to have real teeth and actually be able to like seriously re-engineer service delivery but make it really placed and locally focused, they've got to be able to control budgets. And obviously there's a big conversation to be had now about how exactly that will work in terms of the devolution process, but obviously getting serious devolution of budgets into these public service boards I think will be critical to making them successful. I think the other area is the area of your expertise, Miriam, which is about public engagement, citizen engagement. I think there's a lot in this report about giving citizens more power to scrutinise how public services work and hold them to account. And for me, that's one of the missing elements of the previous government's devolution agenda. There is a real risk that you create these large combined authority structures that feel very distant. I mean, not as distant as Whitehall, but still a long way away from where lots of communities are actually experiencing services. So how you narrow that gap, I think there's other good ideas in the report for how to do that.
Brilliant. Thank you. Right, over to you. We're going to take 3 questions at a time. What I would ask you to do when you've got a question to ask, put your hand up. When you get the microphone, please introduce yourself, tell us your name, where you're from. I would ask you to keep your question brief. Please don't grandstand. Nobody likes it when you do that. And can I ask you to hold the microphone just below your chin so we can actually hear you, because it's a little bit hard to hear from the back. Right, does anybody have a question? Please do raise your hand right now. Fantastic. Lady here, and then lady in the middle over there.
Hi, I'm Sam Mercadante from the National Council for Voluntary Organizations. I just wanted to pick up on that last point that you made, Harpreet, about preventative services, and it's really welcome to hear that the comprehensive spending review is going to take that focus. But I'd love if you could talk a bit more about the practicalities of how that will work, because I'm concerned that without like a truly long-term view and a really fundamental rethink of the way that government thinks about investment in public services, and without a focus on impact and like the return on investment of that preventative approach, that it won't fundamentally change things. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maria. I'm from the Office of Public Affairs for the Baha'i Community of the UK. And I want to return to a point that Tim made, if that's okay, about the readiness of devolution. How do we know when things are ready for power and decision-making to be given to that local level? And I think it comes back to something that the representative from Wandsworth and Richmond was talking about this having the freedom to fail. So how do we know when these local authorities, councils are ready to take on that responsibility, when maybe the freedom to try things out and maybe this very narrow-minded view of what success looks like is actually the evidence is against that readiness to take on that big task, but actually that places would be ready to do that if they were given the freedom to try it out. So like, how do we know when things are ready, and how do we kind of navigate this kind of difficult system around the narrowness of success and failure?
Wonderful. Can we have one more question in this round? Fantastic. At the back there.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Liz Robinson. I run a group of schools, so education in the room. I was just building on that point and the point that Georgia made earlier about the What Works centres and evidence, because from an education perspective, we're just in such a bind that the evidence that gets through the EF, which is our version, Education Endowment Fund, is all based on standardised test scores, which only measures one very narrow aspect of what we're trying to do. So we're kind of stuck in a bind about what counts as evidence. So I think that's a really critical part of this.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got 3 questions there. Sam, you addressed your question to Harpreet about kind of the practicalities of a prevention agenda. Ria, I think, was picking up on Tim's point about readiness and how do we know when people are ready and how do we cope with, like we might say we're open to a culture of failure, but are we really? And kind of building on that, kind of what counts as evidence, the 3rd question from Liz. So Harpreet, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear absolutely everything, but I think you were talking about how do we do this longer term. Yeah, look, I think this is really important. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm an expert on prevention. And part of what we're wanting to do is learn. So we're setting up part of that is setting up an innovation fund. So we can learn from examples where this has gone well. So we'll be looking at what's been happening in this country, but also across Europe and around the world. We don't have all the answers in Europe either. So I know there's some work going on there, but part of this is also about experimentation and learning. So that will be part of the process. That doesn't mean we're going to get everything right. We're just not. We've got to also say that we want to trust people in local areas. And sometimes that means we're going to get it right. Sometimes it means we're not going to get it right, but we want to be able then to be able to look at that and learn from it as well. So, but I think it's really, really important that we do that, because for far too long, we've felt we've always had the answers in central government, and we haven't actually. It feels very, very far away. So, but I'd also like to speak to you and others, you know, and if you've got ideas around this, then please speak to us. And I know, obviously, we've got, for example, the white paper coming out on devolution soon. That will be a consultation document, so it's really important that people do engage on that. I can't give you a date, but it's soon. So please watch out for that as well.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think one of the kind of structural things that would really help, and I think this is something Demos has championed previously as well, is a change to Treasury orthodoxy around funding streams. So adding the kind of prevention investment funding as a discrete nature of funding public services alongside capital and revenue funding. I think there's an important structural opportunity there to try and rebuild some of that capital, community capital and investment in prevention that's been lost in recent times. And I suppose like the other point I was going to make, it's not always about the money. A lot of the kind of freedoms and permissions, the liberation that's set out in the paper, I think is vitally important, because as we've heard and as we know, we've got silos of public services trying to do things to fix particular elements of people's lives. And there's some really sensible and straightforward things that can be done to unlock a difference in the way in which people receive the support. So one example that always sticks out in my mind, and this was perhaps about 10 years ago through the work we were doing in Wigan. A head teacher, we had a question from the education sector, a head teacher was telling us a story about a child coming to school in one of our more deprived areas of the borough, 5 minutes late, no tie on and shirt untucked. And the first interaction that child got was a bit of a telling off from the school because he was late, he didn't have his uniform on properly. And this little boy went like a bottle of pop. A lot of kind of challenging behaviours, and the teachers were a bit unsure about what had happened. It was only 2 days later that they discovered that child had witnessed a really serious domestic violence incident in the family home the night before. Dad had been arrested, and this child had got himself up, had managed to get something to eat, had got himself to school. Yeah, he was 5 minutes late, and yeah, he didn't quite have his uniform on right. But instead of getting a a kind of pastoral, supportive response to what an amazing, resilient young person he was, got told off. And the head teacher was lamenting the fact that we just do not know about domestic violence incidents that affect our children in anything like real time. And from that moment in Wigan, and this might happen in lots of parts of the country now, there's a protocol in place where real-time information about domestic violence incidents that affect children is shared with the school immediately, just to change that kind of single interaction that could have a kind of significant impact on people's lives. So I suppose it was kind of prevention through the lens of some structural financial things that can change, but also the kind of liberation of the state to do things differently.
Thank you. Tim, do you want to pick up on that question about readiness and having freedom to fail?
Yeah, I think the first point is it's okay for places to go at different pace. If we try and force everyone down the same pace, we'll end up going at the slowest pace for everyone, and people get impatient to go on for things that they can do. But also others need that support to actually develop the conditions for success going forward as well. And that's fine too, but it's partly my point about how do we move away from a sense that there's audit, inspection, monitoring to actually there's a culture of nurturing and supporting and developing that capacity in places to go through. And that's in the interest of central government as much as it is in terms of local places, because no one needs any of the new bodies to fall over because they were asked to do things that they didn't feel comfortable for. And I think there's an old joke about I'm from the government, how can I help? And that being seen as a sort of really terrible thing, but actually it's almost, can we reclaim that? Because I think talking to people now, and they are getting those sort of calls in terms of what is it you need, what support do you need? And I think that's a refreshing change about going through, and it's following through on that, both on the sort of the mindset on all parts within government, within places, about ultimately we're trying to improve things together through a lot of experimentation. And when things go wrong, let's not have a knee-jerk reaction. Let's understand what went wrong so we don't keep making the same mistakes.
Thank you. And Patrick, is there anything you want to pick up on that last point, or on the evidence question?
Well, I would just like to say a couple of things about the evidence point, because I think it's a really excellent it's a good point to raise, a very important issue for devolution. As was referred to, we obviously have a very developed national structure of evidence and evaluation dissemination through the What Works centres and so on. I think some of that is clearly very welcome, but with devolution there has to be a move towards building up much stronger local capacity to both commission and also evaluate and analyse evidence. I think universities have got a massive role to play in that, and I want to segue from the theme of your question to make a broader point, which is that I think universities have to really step up in terms of the devolution agenda. I say that as somebody obviously who works for one, but there are some really good examples around the country of universities working effectively as part of the devolution ecosystem. But devolution, to be successful, can't just be about what the formal public sector or local authorities or combined authorities are doing. It has to be about bringing together all of the different players across the public and private sector, including universities. I think that, in the end, is what mission-led government is about. Universities have not been quick enough, I think, to seize the opportunity that devolution presents. There is a massive opportunity, and one of those areas is precisely to be engaged in this debate about how do we commission effective evidence which is place-focused, so it's much more relevant to the economic, skills and social needs of a particular area, rather than just reflecting a national blueprint which is developed through the What Works centres. So that's something I'd like to see in this next phase of devolution, really thinking about, with the universities' reform agenda, thinking about the future of the financing of universities. I think there's also a really good opportunity for the government to have a joined-up conversation about how we incentivise universities to be real contributors to devolution, rather than, I think, in some cases, sitting too much on the sidelines.
Thank you. I think we've got time for 3 more quick questions. Any questions? Wonderful. Lady in the corner there, gentleman over here, and I think there was a gentleman at the back.
So I've got a question about the public service reform.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, my name's Charlie Adden. I'm a former local authority chief executive and governance professional, and I'm a non-exec director of Collaborate, CIC, retired. So I've had 35 years of working in local government, in the local government context. And I sort of shudder when I hear the word board or committee, because while I appreciate and understand deeply the need for accountability, they strike me as the least collaborative and least creative spaces that I've worked in my career. So my question is, how do you marry up the need for accountability through a public services reform board structure with the need to create the space for innovation and creativity at a local level?
Thank you.
Hello there. I'm from London Borough of Havering, and I was interested to... it's really interesting that there's going to be devolution white paper. Devolution at the moment seems to be a bit of a patchwork of responsibilities in different areas. London devolution is different from other areas, and it's very wide-ranging conversation this about what devolution really means. And we know one of our big challenges is about money going to the right places. So in London, for example, we have some local authorities that have more money than other local authorities, but the money doesn't always go to the need. So I know the government have been saying the right things about this, but the challenge is that if I'm a member of the public, I'm totally confused by this, because there's also conversations around unitary and lots of other different structures. All I want is my service to be delivered.
Sorry, can I ask you to come to your question, please?
So my question is how do you make sure that there is a clear way forward on what devolution really means? Or is it going to continue being a confusing issue that we're facing at the moment?
Thank you. That's a very large and very, very good question. No, it's good. Thank you. And gentleman over here.
Thanks. Richard Hughes from PA Consulting. Ben this morning mentioned employment support as a priority for devolution. Where would the panel start in identifying national services for devolution?
Okay. So we've got some big questions there. How can we balance the need for accountability with the need to create space for innovation at a local level? How do you make sure there's a clear way forward for devolution, given the fact it is a patchwork and not equally distributed, certainly not in terms of resources across all the parts of the devolved aspects? And lastly, about employment support and national services devolution. Who would like to kick us off? Any of those three? Or they're all too hard? Please.
I don't know if I was too subtle when I answered the question about boards, but I think we probably think the same thing, really. So I do think that needs some thinking through in terms of how that works effectively. But that said, I suppose, like the important need to have a place where that kind of broad range of actors, as was set out, comes together to think about important things for the place through the lived experience of others, I think is important. But it does need to set off on the right foot, I think.
Thank you.
Just answer that question around the patchwork of devolution. I mean, you're absolutely right. It's kind of all over the place, isn't it? You know, all different areas have different powers. So we'll be looking at this in the devolution white paper, which I can't say much about until it's published. But that will hopefully set out more about what we want to do on devolution as well. But part of that is making clear how we'll strengthen those mayoral powers as well. At the moment, we've got about 60% of the country covered by some sort of devolution arrangements. You know, I think we've been clear that we want devolution arrangements across the whole country. So that would be looking at either a mayoral combined, a combined authority or a county combined authority, preferably with a mayor, but those discussions are live at the moment in a number of areas, so we'll have to see how that goes. But we do want a much clearer sense of devolution, a much clearer sense of combined authorities across the country. And you may be aware we've set up a council of nations and regions. I think it's called nations and mayors. But part of that is making sure that our mayors are sat at the table with decision makers. We've also got a council of leaders, council leaders as well, which they are meeting directly with number 10 colleagues on a weekly, if not fortnightly basis as well. And in the middle of this, I don't want to forget local government. You know, as a former councillor, actually local government is really important, and this isn't about setting up combined authorities against local government. It's about how do we all work together to make sure that what we're delivering at a local level, that people have a say in it in local areas.
Thank you. Patrick,
well, yeah, just very briefly. So the colleague from Havering, I didn't catch your name, but big challenging question for a Wednesday morning about where is devolution really going. I'll just say a couple of things very quickly, some reflections. I think it's absolutely true that the approach that's been adopted of having an organic, to some degree, bottom-up deal-making approach has meant that there are areas of the country, significant areas, that obviously don't have the devolved arrangements that other areas do, and that is, I think, a big concern, partly because it can reinforce political inequality, which then in turn reinforces economic inequality. So I think the commitment around trying to move towards a structure in which every area has access to these arrangements is the right policy goal, even if you have to get there in a complicated way because you don't want to impose it too much from the top down. I think it will come back to, though, a broader conversation about constitutional reform, which I know is not on, on today's agenda. Some may say, thank God for that. But a lot of what we're talking about today is obviously the mechanics of how you make services work, and that is clearly hugely important, not least from the perspective of citizens. But there will at some point have to be a broader conversation about where does a devolution settlement leave us, particularly in terms of the governance of England. I think John Denham is here. I'm not sure if he's in the room, but there he is. Someone's pointing at him. He's got obviously really important things to say about this issue, and I think it will have to be considered at some point. Are we ultimately moving towards a federal UK? What would that mean in terms of devolution? I think there does need to be an end point, and I would also say that I think Peter Hyman is speaking at this event later on today, and I think some of the arguments that he's been making about reform of government as an antidote to populism is a theme that I hope we can continue to discuss at this conference, because we think about populism very much as a response to economic discontent, but we also have to remember that it's often a response to political discontent, a feeling of powerlessness and a lack of agency. And so ultimately for me, when you're asking about what is the destination of devolution, it has to be about affording a form of political empowerment, which enables citizens to hold services accountable, but also to have a say in the areas where they live. And I think that will also ultimately mean looking again at the case for devolution below the combined authority area. In this space 15 years ago, there was a discussion about double devolution. Some people may shudder when I utter that phrase, but we're also going to have to look at how we can get much more localised forms of neighbourhood and bottom-up empowerment. And Jonathan Bland is here, a figure I remember well from the New Labour years. You don't look any different to how you did then, Jonathan, I should say. But I think also that this social enterprise question about also building structures in which communities can not just have more say over public services, but get actively involved in delivery, which is what social enterprises often do so well. That has to also be part of this agenda, but I'll leave it to Tim to finish.
Thanks. I'll just pick up on Rich's point as well. Talked about how it started around some of the sort of economic and transport as part of the agenda, how we can extend that into other fields and recognise that actually a lot of what we think about in terms of social policy areas are related to that economic driver as well. So there's a little bit about testing and experimenting in terms of what works. So personally, I'd say nothing should be off the table. We should be having that conversation, whether that's justice and probation also has a locality angle to it as well. And that mindset running through the way that we deliver public services would be a good thing.
Thank you. I don't know about you, but what I've taken from the conversation on the panel today is that devolution is messy and it's complicated, but it's also really necessary. It's going to be about probably the only way we're going to be able to move both power and service delivery closest to the people that really matter. And so with that, I just want to say a huge thank you to the panel, to Tim, to Patrick, to James, and to Harpreet. And thank you for your questions. Thank you.
over the edge. Yes, I imagine so. Sorry? No, not so. Yeah, you've all got a hand up, so I don't know when the mic's cool. Is this mic on somewhere? No, that's a large panel. That mic seems very quiet. These mics will. Okay. That one. Maybe I'll just have to talk very loud.
Testing. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. We will begin. Welcome to the second panel of our summit. We've got another great set of panelists to discuss the ideas in our report with us today. Probably got rumbling tummies. We'll be done at 12:45 when lunch will be served, so not too much longer to go. We're going to be talking about themes 2 and 3 of the task force, sort of combine 2 of the themes into one panel, given the connections between them. We're going to be talking about accountability mechanisms for public services and how the funding of public services needs to change. I won't bore you with all of our 22 recommendations, but I'll just talk to you about a couple of the ideas relating to funding and accountability. On accountability, we talk about how missions might be used to support a more ambitious approach to driving public service improvements. We also call for the establishment of a new body, an Audit and Learning Commission. We think the scrapping of the Audit Commission was a mistake, and we need to bring back the local audit function in the new Audit and Learning Commission. It's got the word "and learning" in there. That suggests a slightly different approach this time around, and we want this body to also focus on spreading best practice and public service innovation across the ecosystem. We've heard a lot about best practice. A lot of us are thinking hard about how we can spread that, and we think the Audit and Learning Commission has a role to play in this. On funding, it's great to have John with us, one of the original architects of Total Place, and we call for Total Place Plus. This is single pot funding for public services in local areas to be overseen by our proposed public service reform boards. These are housed in combined authorities. So those are some of the key ideas in the roadmap, which is all on your seats, relating to funding and accountability. I'm delighted to be joined by 4 great panelists. So my furthest right is John Denham. John is the former Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government, and as I said, one of the original architects of Total Place. John is currently Director of the Centre for English Identity and Politics at the University of Southampton. To John's left is Louisa Mitchell. Louisa is the Chief Exec and co-founder of All Child, formerly West London Zone. I won't steal your thunder. I'm sure you'll tell us a lot more about All Child shortly. To my left is James Westhead. James is the Head of Engagement at Better Society Capital, who are one of the generous partners on the task force. It's been a pleasure working with you over the last year. And to James's left is Joanne Pitt. Joanne is Senior Policy Manager at CIPFA and is an expert in local government, amongst many other things. CIPFA are also one of the generous funders of the task force. It's also been a great pleasure working with you over the last year. Thank you. How's this going to work? So we're going to have a couple of opening remarks from the panelists. I might put a few questions to the panel, and then we'll have plenty of time for Q&A before finishing for lunch. John, we're going to start with you. You're Mr. Total Place. How can we get the agenda going again, and what do you think of our ideas around Total Place Plus?
Great. Well, thanks very much indeed for inviting me, and it's good to see the report endorsing so strongly the concept of total place and place-based budgets. Since Jess Duddard of New Local and myself published a paper on this last January, it seemed just to strike a chord right across public service leaders who wanted to go back to and go forward to a new way of working. So how do we take it forward? I'm just going to talk about three things. The crucial thing, and we've got to be honest about this, it's not going to happen on a large scale in the gaps of government. So we have to have the big ministers in charge of public services actually saying they need this to deliver what they want. So Wes Streeting quite rightly says you can't rescue the NHS without more prevention. But his department does not control all the tools that are necessary for preventive health work, not even if you include public health in local government. Bridget Phillipson undoubtedly wants working class kids to have and achieve aspirations. But even with preschools and schools, she doesn't have the tools to deal with all of the issues in the lives of those children and those families. And Liz Kendall doesn't have the powers she needs to get people back into work. So we need those big ministers to do that. And we need Rachel Reeves to say, I'm setting demanding productivity targets across the public sector, but actually silo by silo, those are very difficult to do without actually damaging what you're providing. You could get far more than 2% improvement in productivity and outcomes if we stopped wasting public money as we do at the moment by having siloed services that are not designed around the needs of people. So you have to have political leadership. There's no ducking that.
Yeah.
Secondly, two things have changed in 15 years. One is there's actually, despite not because of the system, been far more innovation in joined-up government and joined-up public service delivery than there was 15 years ago. There's been much more engagement with the voluntary sector than there was 15 years ago. So we need to say to all the good leaders who are already trying to do this, shout about it more. Be very, very clear about what would make the actual practical difference to the way you're doing their job now. I know you've set out in the task force report a very ambitious view of what things might look like in 10 years, to be perfectly honest. But actually, let's trust local leaders to design the structures they need to take things forward, rather than saying it's all got to be done in the same way in each part of the country. And if we ask local leaders to say, what are the obstacles? We've got a spending review coming up. We've got an English devolution bill coming up. We should all be setting out exactly what needs to be in the spending review and the devolution bill to make it happen. I absolutely endorse your proposal for local accounting officers. We will never make this work if the system ultimately is responsible to departmental accounting officers in Whitehall and through them to the Treasury. You have to sever the accountability link that ties everything back to the centre. And what you talk about with local accounting officers, I think you mentioned local public accounts committees are similar, must be part of the architect.
Brilliant. Thank you, John. Louisa, can you talk us through your experiences establishing West London Zone Now or Child, and how a more flexible approach to funding and accountability has allowed the great innovation and experimentation that we've seen?
Hi, everybody. So that question, how a more flexible approach has allowed innovation, I will answer that question.
Yeah.
And I know why you're asking me that question, because you're asking it through the lens of the way funding and our system works today.
Yeah.
But to anyone at All Child, that's just a really weird question. Like, we just don't understand that question. And the reason for that is that, and I'm going very local now, different elevation, is that we think about the impact we want to have and what are the funding and delivery model that we need for that impact model. It's just one and the same thing. So we don't think about funding separately. It's a whole mental model of impact, delivery, funding in one. And that came about because when we looked at what was going on in our neighbourhoods, when we first designed West London Zone in West London, and a few years ago now, we did kind of deep listening, and we really listened to what families, school leaders, voluntary sector leaders, local council leaders were saying, and what we heard when we really listened, was that it was the fragmentation of funding that was really driving a chaotic experience for families engaging with services, which was then driving a lack of trust, which was then driving ultimately children falling through the cracks. Very sweeping statement there for brevity purposes. And that is what the problem that All Child is trying to solve. And so, because that was what we heard, we very much designed our impact and delivery and funding model as one. And what we designed was a collaboration to shared outcomes, and our mantra is shared outcomes equals shared accountability. And that collaboration was a collaboration of local government, central government, schools, local businesses, philanthropic organisations, all partially paying into an ecosystem of support and opportunity around each individual child that would help them to progress socially, emotionally, and academically. So that collaborative funding model developed a cohesive two-year program. It basically drives a cohesive two-year program of support and opportunity for every child that is also outcomes focused. And that outcomes focus, so we're contracted to deliver outcomes, that gives us the time to build trust, and it gives us the time to personalise support and opportunities to what every child and family need. And I guess to make that concrete, very specifically what we do in our communities, and we adjust for every community we work in. We listen and we co-design and we co-produce and we adjust a core blueprint in every community. James talked in the panel earlier about real lives. Real lives are different in different places. We proactively identify children who are very at risk of poor outcomes in later life. And we're talking about children who are at risk of being permanently excluded from school, getting very low or no GCSEs, going on to struggle with mental health, isolation, unemployment, everything that can stem from that. We proactively identify those children early. And through our All Child Link workers based full-time in school, we build trust and we connect school and community together and enable, with those children and families, all the support and opportunities they need. And we're working to whole child shared outcomes, and the accountability mechanisms are in place through those shared outcomes and transparency and use of data to evidence those outcomes and payments. So it's like a whole system. It's like impact delivery and funding.
Brilliant, thank you, Louisa. James, Better Society Capital, UK's leading social impact investor. Why do you think investors are interested in public services, and why is the focus on outcomes so important?
Great question, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you for the work that's been published today, which I think really moves us forward. On the question on funding, of course, the big picture we all know is that we're in a situation of extreme fiscal constraint and growing social need, and it feels like there isn't enough money to solve that equation. But perhaps more precisely, maybe there is enough money, but it's in the wrong places. So funding over the last decade, we all know, has shifted from prevention and preventing problems to acute spending and statutory need, whether that's in children's services, whether that's in the health service, whether that's in justice. In fact, All Child is a brilliant example there, providing a preventative service that is reducing an acute need further down the education system, saving, frankly, a fortune. So the cost effectiveness of what All Child is doing is indisputable. But that is not where public spending is generally happening at the moment. And this is, I think, where funders, investors, philanthropists can play a role and must play a role in helping build up those preventative services that will save the taxpayer in the long term. And then the other part of this is, we're talking about accountability as well as funding, is around outcomes. And Louisa was talking just then about how it's an outcomes based program that All Child provides. And that shift that is articulated in this document, really moving from what now seem quite old-fashioned target-based approaches to public services has to happen. We have to move from targets around services to outcomes. You know, public services are fantastic to be funded to be managed by targets, as long as they don't involve the actual public. You know, if public services that are involve sort of potholes, that's, you know, targets are great for that. They're not great for actual public services involving actual human beings, because, as Louisa was saying, they're not built around, they're currently not really built around the actual human beings that they're designed to serve. And that's what outcomes-based approaches do. They restructure public services around the outcomes for actual human beings, whether those are people who are at risk of homelessness, whether they're people with long-term health issues, you know, whether they're young people facing a multiplicity of problems. If you're a young person facing a multiplicity of problems, you don't want to have to deal with a multiplicity of public services. In fact, you can't deal with a multiplicity of public services. What an outcomes-based approach is, and I probably haven't got time to go into any examples, so I won't do, but you know, I was skeptical about this until sitting down with some of the people who work in outcomes-funded services, and they said to me, wow, this is a completely different way of working than when we were working to targets and providing a service, because we are able to do what we know is going to, as professionals, going to actually deliver the outcomes for the people that we're here to serve, rather than contractually obliged to provide a service that we know is, you know, the target is literally missing the target. So I think this shift from targets and services to funding outcomes, and a more flexible or rather cohesive approach to funding. So you're not just relying on traditional public service funding, but you're involving the community and investors is really the way to go. And I think that's great to see in your document.
Thank you, James. Joanne, we've talked a lot about kind of freeing frontline professionals today, and in the various reports published today. How do you square that with high kind of standards for accountability, and what mechanisms might be needed to potentially square that circle between greater flexibility at the front line but high standards for accountability alongside that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that accountability is absolutely essential. I mean, accountability comes and links so closely with trust. We've heard a lot from the speakers already about trust, and the public sector trust has taken a hammering recently. That's both central and local, and it's really important that we start to rebuild trust. But for accountability to flourish, you need a certain amount of conditions. It doesn't just happen. So you need the right environment. You need to make sure that the decision making is very transparent. So it's about sort of good governance. You need the staff to be able to make the right decisions, and you need them to feel confident about doing that. They need to have the sort of capability, capacity, and confidence to make those decisions. I mean, this morning, when the Minister was talking, she was talking about the fact that, you know, it's really important that people aren't frightened of failure. And I think that, you know, accountability in some of our sectors is linked quite close and very, very closely with a sort of fear of failure. And we have to break that, because we're going into an area, we've talked in your report, is all about the reform. It's about the dividend reform. And if we don't reform, you know, the public sector is not going to have enough money to keep going. So it's absolutely essential that we are positive about how we make those changes, and we can be accountable. And I'm not just talking, because the CIPFA is a finance institute, so we you know, set the standards from a finance professional point of view. But when I talk about accountability, all those principles about capability, capacity and confidence are seen throughout all sectors. So if you can use those and duplicate those in housing, you can duplicate those in social care. It's about making sure that if frontline people and staff are making different decisions and those decisions are supporting those outcome-based approaches, they've got confidence when they're asked to be accountable, that they can feel that they can be accountable.
Thank you, Joanne. I'm going to put a couple of questions to the panel, and then 5:30 we'll open up for questions. So get the thinking caps on for those questions now. John, so you described our plans as very ambitious and might take a decade or so to get towards that stage. Why do you think that? I want to.
Okay,
not push back, but
okay,
test you on that.
So you go now absolutely on combined local authorities being the level at which this takes place. Firstly, most of England does not have combined local authorities at all, so we're not going to do anything in those areas. London doesn't have a combined authority. Anyone thinks the mayor's relationship with the boroughs is like a combined authority, hasn't been concentrated. So you're actually saying this all depends on a structure of government that doesn't even exist. And if the white paper plunges areas like mine in Hampshire into local government reorganisation, it won't exist in 5 years' time either, by the time we got through the judicial reviews and all the rest of it, the business cases. So I would say let's look at empowering local authorities, the upper tier authorities, I would say, to have the ability to remove the barriers of accountability, of targets, to put forward their own proposals. Let's go back to when I signed the orders for the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, it was not to impose a mayor. It was the Manchester authorities coming forward and saying, we have a collective problem as local authorities that we want to solve together. So let's go back to a model in which local authorities, I think if they have these powers, and it makes sense to pool them over a larger geography, I think that they will. But I've got to say, when I start saying, here's a report prescribing for organisations that don't exist, a single model of public service reform organisation with specified documents that everyone's got to produce, it doesn't feel very localist to me, and it doesn't sound very trusting of local leaders. So I would say empower local leaders across public services to bring forward ideas earlier. So I would, honestly, if we could liberate all the willing volunteers who would like to make this work in the next 2 or 3 years, we will make much more progress, much more quickly, than trying to force everybody into a mould that almost certainly won't quite work anywhere. So I am pushing back on it. Now, I think it might well be the case that in a longer period of time, there's a more standardised approach as accountability and all the rest of it is put into place. But, I worry, I don't know what these things, but, the crucial thing is the services have to be working for people in the communities in which they live. Combined authorities are a long, long way away from communities.
You can be pretty safe that I've been there.
So let's not design a structure that for a community is as far away from them as central London is. So that's my pushback, I'm afraid.
No. I mean, we invite people onto the panels who we know will disagree with the ideas. That's the point of a day like today. I don't think the role of chair is to respond to John's points, but just to say, I think the idea that we have around innovation zones, we talk about having at a combined authority level, I think we could certainly have it at a lower level than that. I think that would make a lot of sense. So I'm going to ask a kind of question to James and Louisa. I don't know who wants to go first. What could government be doing to unlock more of the types of funding that I know have played a really important role in funding formerly West London Zone, now All Child? What's actually the role for central government to unlock more private sector and third sector capital to support public service innovation? James has got the mic.
I'll go first, but Louise, would be great to hear your
It's not
thoughts.
just a case of I imagine it's not a case of government kind of stepping back and allowing the other funders to come to the table. There's a very useful role for government to play in supporting.
Government plays a vital role. I mean, A, it's a partnership. B, the government role under the system that I'm proposing is not to fund everything up front, not to take all the risk as it does, but rather to signal and direct what the priorities are, and to sort of open the way to investors and third sector and social enterprises to get involved. For example, government has in the past done this. This is not like so many things we're talking about. We're kind of reinventing things that have been suggested and actually done before, like indeed Total Place. It's just that government needs to signal that that it wants investors to be involved. It wants social enterprises like Louisa's to be delivering public services and public outcomes, and that it's committed to that approach for the long term. And then, we will come, and the communities, both in the sense of local communities and communities in the sense of sort of national communities, whether I'd include investors in that, will pull together in order to deliver the priorities that a government sets out that it wants them to help with.
Great. Did you want to add anything, Louisa, to that?
Yeah, I was just going to add that I think the government has done some really, really interesting things in this regard already. The Life Chances Fund, which was a DCMS fund, was the catalyst and the kind of seed funding for All Child. That enabled us to join up, to work across policy silos, sectors, etc. I'm not going to go into detail of what that fund is, but that was a seed funding for what are now locally owned outcomes, locally owned social outcomes partnerships. And that was a really fantastic catalytic role that the government could play. And in your report, there's something you're proposing, a SEIF, what is it, a service...
Experimentation and Innovation Fund. There you go.
Why did you call it service, not outcomes?
Oh.
Anyway, I'm sure there's a reason that it's called service, not outcomes.
OEIF, I don't know how we say that, yeah.
Okay, anyway. There was a talk earlier about pace and urgency and not going too far. No, there's talk about pace and not going too fast. Actually, I think it's a real urgency. I think it's a real urgency to move, and I think there are things that can be done quickly, and I think government can play a seed role in that, and the Life Chances Fund is a perfect example of a catalytic role, and there are more that can be played. And I don't like the name, but I really like that suggestion, and I think there are things that are ready to go.
Cool. Final question from me. Joanne, our ideas around an audit and learning commission. Good, bad, ugly? What do you think?
I mean, I think sort of one of your comments you say in your report is about the audit commission, and when it disappeared, it was left a gaping hole.
Yeah.
And I think we would agree, looking back on that, I mean, the whole of government counts and gets signed off. The idea there, about making sure that there is that shared learning, because there's so many amazing ideas across the board in the public sector. If you go to any of the regional events and events like this, you hear people talking, and it's just the innovation and the ambition and the ideas are all there. I think that sometimes we don't learn quickly enough, and we forget. We've done a piece of work about monitoring and evaluation at CITFA, and it was a report recently, and it is exactly about that. It's so important that when central government do some of these bigger pieces, that we are able to think about, not just monitor them, but evaluate them, and then put those lessons across, and it would save us an absolute fortune. So I think that's really important. The audit commission idea, if you look to sort of Scotland and Wales, where they retained theirs, they're not having such of the challenges that we are in England. Although currently there is a roadmap to get back on a state of steady play, and I think it's really important that we ensure that we continue to do so, and that as part of I don't know whether I would totally agree with everything that you suggest in the report around that, But I certainly think that that those idea of the lessons and somebody holding the ring for some of that is absolutely something we should bring through and learn.
Great, thanks, Joanne. Cool. So, questions from you guys. Could you get your hands in the air if you'd like to ask a question? Lady at the back was first, Andrew. Going to take. We'll take the one in the corner over there as well. Let's do those two to begin with. Just state your name, organisation,
it's really loud.
and your question.
Liz Robinson. I run a group of schools. I run a multi-academy trust. My question was partly provoked by what you said, Louisa, about there's things ready to go. So we've got things ready to go, and we've got amazing, sparky leaders who've made things happen and are doing it in spite of. And I love everything about this report. I'm completely Ben's fangirl. Just to confess that. But I was just really thinking about the equity piece, like systemic equity. If we unleash and we make space for, that's flipping brilliant. And we're here for it. Louisa's here for it. Everyone in this room's here for it. What about the places that haven't got a Louisa, haven't got a me, haven't got a you amazing people? Like, so it's what's the intellectual argument again about that piece? So and in education, we have floor, thinking about targets as a floor, not a ceiling.
Yeah.
But that's a really tricky intellectual argument, I think.
Yeah.
So please answer it, Ben.
No,
otherwise I'll stop fangirling you.
Great questions.
Hi, thanks. Joe from NHS England. This might be a slightly health-focused question, actually, probably maybe even
That's good.
more so for Ben, actually, more than anyone else. But we've been discussing concepts like devolution of funding, place-based decision-making, providing integrated services, and a lot of this obviously seems like a lot of the intent behind integrated care systems.
Yeah.
Could you just talk a little bit more about how ICBs might fit into this kind of liberated vision of public services?
Great. Should we take one more, Andrew? Go on. Go here. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Adriana, and I work for the NHS Strategy Unit, and we do monitoring and evaluation.
Sorry, could you just, I think the mic took a while to come on. Could you just start again so we can hear? Thanks. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Speak up.
Ooh.
Great.
Wow, that's loud. Hi, Adriana. I work for the NHS Strategy Unit, and we do monitoring and evaluation, and previously I've also worked with the central government evaluating services. My question is around the conversation about learning. I think one of the pieces in my experience that I think is missing is around dissemination and mechanisms for dissemination, because less than half of the evaluations I've worked on that have been funded by public money have not been published. So then how do we make sure, even across departments, sometimes it's not shared. So how do we make sure that there is accountability for sharing the learnings, but also the failures? Because I think the great reports with shiny findings, everyone wants to share them, but how do you make sure you share the evaluations where it didn't work?
Great questions. So just to remind everyone of the questions. Question one, what do we do in places where there aren't perhaps the Louisas already out there in the world? How do we spread best practice and a new way of working where there aren't always people who can lead and advocate for that change? I think it's a really good question. It comes up a lot in this space. Question two was around how would ICSs and ICBs fit into the kind of governance landscape that we're talking about in this report. I'll talk about that and I'll invite comments from panelists. And final one, another great question around how do we disseminate learning. Does anyone want to go on the first question? What do we do where there aren't Louises in the world? Does anyone want to talk about that? I think it's a really good question.
I mean, I'm not sure I can fully answer it, but we clearly need more Louisas. That's the that is one answer. But quite seriously, we do need to think of ways in which there is systemic support for the social enterprise system, the third sector. That is, social entrepreneurs who are trying to solve these big, complex problems. Yeah. We need to think about that. That's a thing. We need more of them, and we need to support them as a nation, as a government. So I think putting in place, and there are membership organisations, there are organisations that support them. We can be more systemic about it. We as investors can create environments where we can nurture them better. I think there's a raft of things to do. And then how do we get them into the places where they're not going? We maybe incentivize that. Make, maybe the sort of whatever language you want to describe it, those left behind places. We need to, government needs to centrally prioritize those places for funding and incentivize solutions to go there.
That, because there are brilliant people everywhere.
Yeah. John, did you want to come in on that?
Or can I pick up one of the other questions?
Yeah, pick up one of the other questions.
Yeah, I mean, my quick one on that question is, we have a postcode lottery now. Our current system is designed to produce a postcode lottery. So I think actually changing the system is the best way to tackle the postcode lottery. And I agree with Louisa. If people are empowered, far more Louisas will appear. I'm sure not absolutely far more, but you know what I mean. You're fed up with that, aren't you? On the health, I think I want to pick up about the ICB. One of the things I think is key is that local authorities need effectively to be seen as first amongst equals, with the convening power to bring people, including the ICBs, together. In your model, that would be at the combined authority level, what you call the Public Services Board. And we need to be able to challenge the outcome or target regimes that are currently imposed. I don't want to generalize too much from my experience as 1 year of a non-executive director on Integrated Care Board before I gave up. But basically, the performance regime imposed on integrated care boards by NHS England absolutely works against everything we've been talking about doing here tomorrow. And you're not going to change the performance regime nationally for everywhere, but at local level, there has to be the ability for people to bring forward alternative outcome measures for which they will be held accountable. And I think the ICBs are critical to that. The ICSs include other partners, but rarely as equal partners from what I can see. And so we need to shift the whole power dynamics. And, therefore, that first amongst equals role, the leadership role of local authorities, is absolutely critical. I think there are enough people within ICBs and within the NHS who want to work differently, but feel there's nowhere they can go at the moment to tell people they want to work differently to achieve different outcomes. So I have very little doubt that if you get people together in the way that one way or another we're all talking about, there would be a really positive response within the NHS. But that does mean that you have to allow local areas to be held accountable for different measures of what they're trying to achieve, different outcomes, not just add new outcomes into the same performance measures you're giving people at the moment, because that's impossible.
Do you want to come in and then we'll take a few more questions?
Yeah, so I'll just take the one on learning, which I think is a really good point. I mean, the difficulty is, it's we don't have time. A lot of the time is, we're busy doing day jobs. So I think that there is a responsibility on those writing that type of evaluation as well, to make it sure that the messages, the key messages, hit home. What are the 3 points that you make? We're guilty of it as well. We produce some very long reports, and then we have conversations about what is the three. The audience is not going to have time to read 45 pages. What are the 3 things that are going to make them go, well, hell, I might actually read 2 pages, 3 pages, and that's how we plow. That's how we get through it. So I think there's something there about making sure that we know our audience and make sure that we are able to grab a tiny, tiny slither of their attention, because that's what we need to do with those sorts of reports. Then, once the reports are out there, I think that perhaps there's this conversation about somehow a contract that reports are published centrally. That makes it easy to access, so even if I don't know that a report has come out, I know where to find one if a government report has come out. And I think there's that honesty and transparency, because quite often they get lost in the ether somewhere, and they don't see the light of day. So I think there's something about, very simplistically, making sure that these reports are in a central point. And then formatting some form of exchange and ideas, so that there's a networking system that you can promote and exchange those ideas so that people are able to promote them either across social networks or in other types of networks. But I think that to capture all the learning, and I think you said it earlier, to capture the failing is as important as capturing the success. We always often have things, oh, this is absolutely fantastic. Actually, the ones where we say, we did this and it was awful and it never worked, they are really important. And let's make sure we capture that as well, because that is part of the story that we want to tell.
Great, thanks, Jo. We'll take final round of questions, and then we're almost at time. I think, one here, Andrew. Thanks.
Thank you. Amy Gandon. I'm a former civil servant who worked on public services, and I'm now a freelance researcher. Just picking up on some of the previous question and discussion about ICBs and ICSs, but then also directing a really practical question to Louisa about how she managed this. But I think the original conception of ICSs was to have pooled budgets between the NHS and local authorities. But I think out of some sort of discomfort on behalf of, I think, primarily the NHS, but health colleagues might correct me, to be accountable for local authority budgets as well as NHS ones, that pooling was kind of pulled at the last minute. So, Louisa, how did you manage to persuade kind of local partners to share budgets and share accountability for those budgets with, other people that they didn't work directly with?
Great question. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks much. Callum Boyd from the Office of the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman. Where do complaints and public complaints fit into this accountability jigsaw for the panel?
Brilliant. Thank you, Callum. Grace at the front.
Thank you. Grace Duffy from Bridges Outcomes Partnerships, and also a recovering civil servant, as I imagine many in the room are. I wondered if if the panel could pick up a bit about a theme which always runs through anything about public services crisis right now, which is about prevention, and how potentially the focus on outcomes can be one of the things that helps drive that funding and accountability, but also some of the other practical challenges around accountability for preventative services.
Wow, 3 great questions, and we've got not that long to go. So, Louisa, there was one directed at you. Do you want to start off with that and pick up anything else from the other questions?
Yeah, so on shared budgets, we didn't get everyone in that we would have wanted. We're working to whole child outcomes and whole family and whole system approach. We don't have everyone in every place. And even what we do have in, so I summarised an overview, working in a number of different communities. Even what we do have in, it was really, really difficult at the beginning. And I never pretend that it wasn't. And there were people who wrote about the tenacity of the team. I think they really meant brute force and ignorance in some cases, but it wasn't that at all. It was co-production. So just be really clear, tenacity wasn't tenacity, ignorance, naivety, or whatever. It was co-production. So it takes a lot of time, and it really, really took a lot of time. My colleague Freddie is sitting in the audience there. We had a period of about 2 years where first thing every morning we said, what are we doing today to pull that contract over the line? What are we doing today to pull that bit over the line? And it was like a campaign for a very long time. So, but ultimately, it was about the shared outcomes, the co-production to how we were going to deliver to those shared outcomes and how the funding was going to drive that. So it's all about co-design, co-production, shared outcomes. And to Grace's point, it was about those being preventative and taking a whole, a different approach to delivering those preventative outcomes. And we were under pressure quite quickly to evidence what the savings were through independent evaluation on those preventative outcomes. And I think there's quite a lot of stuff in your report around soft outcomes, and I think those are really important indicators to preventative outcomes that we need to make much more of. That comes back to trust, and again to co-design and co-production to make sure they're the right soft outcomes in each place. So it's really relational, trust-based co-design and co-production, so that everybody's all in together.
Thank you very much, Louisa. James, Joanne, Probably about a minute.
Okay, very quickly on the how does outcomes help us with the accountability question, I think was the question from Grace. And I suppose 4 sub-questions: who's accountable, whose outcomes are they, what's the data, and who's paying? And I think those questions all can be very blurry with public services. I think what the outcomes approach does, it makes it very clear whose outcomes they are. You have clear individuals, clear cohorts of individuals. You're able to track the data, something which, very small percentage of traditional public projects and public services are actually evaluated. It's something really quite startling, like sub 10%. And then who's accountable? That's a risk with outcomes. You could have lots of organisations, local authority, NHS, everybody getting in a big group and saying, oh, these outcomes will be really good. But then at the end of the day, when something goes wrong, who's actually on the hook for it? Who's accountable? So that needs to be very clear. And the mechanism that helps with that is the money. Because generally speaking, if investors are paying for it and managing that process, they want to absolutely make sure that those outcomes are delivered. So the accountability then becomes linked to the money, which is helps link us back to the subject today, funding and accountability.
Thank you. Joanne, any final words from you?
I'll pick up the last one, which was Callum's about complaints. I mean, essentially, I think that the complaints that are at 360, they build trust. If somebody has their complaint listened to, even if it's not the outcome that they want, they've been heard, which I think is really important. And we capture feedback in an improvement virtual loop. So, that's the point of the complaint coming in from your point of view. And then if we can improve the system, then hopefully that will be a good outcome as part of that process.
Thanks, John. John, the final word is fallen to you.
Thank you.
There you go.
On prevention, the key thing, and you've got it in the report, and we hope it's going to happen, is 3-year funding, preferably on a rolling basis to let people plan ahead. The more we do total place, we'll see the benefits coming in 2 ways. In the shorter term, by eliminating duplication, and also covering gaps that are proving to be very expensive, where somebody's failure of service ends up costing a fortune in the criminal justice system, for example. But you need long enough to do that, and then you need to allow local areas to set the outcomes by which they're judged. So that's how I think we do that. And there has to be an intelligent approach to these issues. I should never have gone on to the ICB, but historically, Southampton and Portsmouth City Councils have both pooled far more of their budgets with the health service than Hampshire County Council did. They chose to have higher levels of spending in some areas. When the NHS ran into financial crisis, it disproportionately cut the money from Southampton and Portsmouth. In other words, it punished the local authorities for their strategy of joint investment. Now, that sort of power relationship has got to change if you want to see something like Total Place actually work. Because you have to be able to push back and say that actually doesn't make sense. So I think that's an illustrative example of how, if we want things like pooled budgets to work, they have to be on a basis of proper equality of power across the different public agencies. There can't be one that insists it has more power than others to determine how public services are operated.
Great note to end on. Thank you so much. Thank you to the great panel and for the great discussion. We will be back here at 13:45, that's 1:45, for a fireside chat with Peter Hyman, former senior advisor to Keir Starmer. Most importantly, warm round of applause for our panellists, and thanks for a great question. Thank you.
state programs getting worse on the basis that nothing should go wrong if anybody can do any jobs.
We will disagree on this as well. Like the health authority there, the issue of public passes. Who's the visible person to book the pass? But I don't want to get to a situation where you can have a government going, well, you live in Manchester, you know it's Andy Burnham, it's his fault, it's messed up.
But then you're
That doesn't
talking about an executive mayor not constrained by local authorities. If you criticise Andy Burnham today, he is one vote amongst all the combined authorities. That's the way it should be. That's in my view. I disagree with the idea that you have to create an individual who's totally accountable for all public service outcomes in Greater Manchester. It won't work. You can't do that. You have to have a system in which there are local authorities centrally involved in the process. So I totally challenge the idea that mayors bring serious accountability. They bring personality contests into it. And when, in 3 or 4 years' time, we've got a lot more conservative and reform UK mayors, if this government turns them into executive authority, they will regret it.
But the political culture point about the today, it's hard for me to imagine what does it say to I guess you could get the somebody wrong, but it doesn't quite lack the stature which is there. And you can imagine, I can imagine Minister saying from the House saying,
No,
this is Andy Williams, or you will know who he is.
I can do that.
He is responsible.
You don't have that, but you can only have that if Andy Burnham actually runs all the local authorities in Greater Manchester. And then you're actually investing more power in one individual than any government minister's got. That's dangerous. That's a major issue, Anyway.
What a brilliant discussion.
Thank you. Enjoyed it. No, that's what we're working on.
There's so much in your reports. It's great.
Yes.
I mean, this has been like a nightmare.
That's been very fun.
Hasn't it?
I love this stuff. Yeah, that's what I live for.
I read one policy report once 20 years ago. I was so bad at it. I was like the worst research director ever. I looked at all your stuff. I was like, this is what I do.
That's right.
Very
Amazing. Amazing. Gosh. Great.
Thanks for listening.
That's okay. I was going to have a catch up with Jane. Yes, I'm going to have a catch up with Jane.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Really,
Thank you, John.
I hope some of it comes up.
Oh, yeah.
I really do. It's brilliant. And it's so comprehensive. It's great. It's brilliant. Like, it's just so much work. It just kept coming. It was like more and more and more.
Hello. Oh, here we go.
Hello. I think mine's working.
I hope you all had a lovely lunch. I enjoyed the chowder. Welcome back, and thank you for being so brilliant this morning, asking such brilliant questions. We've scheduled something slightly different now to kind of give a slightly different perspective on the issues we are exploring today. So our next guest speaker is Peter Hyman, who was Special Advisor to Keir Starmer for 2 years ahead of the election, a head teacher of a pioneering school in East London before that, and before that, a speechwriter to Tony Blair. And Peter's currently doing what I think is completely fascinating work, looking at the lessons from the US elections, what it means for politics here, and what it means for the progressive centre-left in the next few years. But obviously, you sit at the kind of intersection of politics and public services, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So, Peter, welcome.
Good to be here.
Thank you. So, as I said, you've run public services, you've advised governments on how to build public services and how to tell stories about that. And this week, you've written a really interesting piece for the New Statesman about how Labour needs to put citizen empowerment at the heart of its governing project. So not just do it in incremental ways, but really make it the centre of the story. Why do you think this, and how does it relate to this reform agenda?
Yeah, so lovely to be here. And I want to start by talking about this project I did with a colleague who's now Vidya Alexson, who some of you will know, who's Deputy Chief of Staff at Number 10 now. And we went to Grimsby. We wanted to pick a red wall seat. We went before the election for about a year on and off doing workshops. And we gathered together with the help of someone called Jason Stockwood, who was doing a lot of good work in the town, a lot of the stakeholders in the town. And we started, which was the sort of chilling backdrop to this, but maybe very familiar to us, but I was still quite struck by it, by asking them to give one word of what they thought current politics was like. And it was just, there wasn't a single good word about it. It was all about out of touch, remote, not working, all the rest of it. And then when we asked one word about what it would be like, it was all the sort of things that actually we've been talking about this morning, about how it is empowering, how it's transparent, how it is collaborative, and all of those things. So it's completely crystal clear what people want. And when we continue to do this project, because what we did was we took Keir's 5 missions and said, in a place like Grimsby, what do they mean? Which of the 5 missions land? Which of them would you connect? How would it work in Grimsby? And there was a huge amount of creative energy about a place where, I quote at the start of my article, one woman immediately, a businesswoman, said, everyone calls Grimsby a shithole who's never been here, but we actually think it's a place of real potential. It just needs a bit of support from government. So it was a sort of real eye-opener. I knew this from my time as a head teacher, but how this sort of top-down mentality is driving out the hugely good work that's happening by creative people on the ground who know their community better, who know what needs to be done, but they need this external support sometimes to kickstart stuff or provide investment or some strategy, but then know exactly what needs to happen. And I suppose that's the sort of impulse behind this, is how you can do top-down and bottom-up properly so that you can really harness the potential. And there are a lot of places like Grimsby. When I looked into it, there are about 80 or 90 places, towns in Britain that have between 75,000 and 150,000 people, and a lot of them are just very run down. They're deindustrialised, the high streets aren't nice, it's not a nice place to live. And so one of the tests of this government, through public services and the economy, is how these places become really thriving in the next 10 years.
Fantastic. And that phrase, citizen empowerment, we talked a bit with Georgia Gould this morning about the kind of language around this, and empowerment is certainly a word she's using in this. You use it a lot in your work around this. What does that actually look like? What would that look like in Grimsby, for example?
I think there may be more than this. I think there are at least sort of 2 tiers to it. What we started working with
this, if you like, this middle tier, all the stakeholders there. And it was a whole variety of people, the head teacher, someone in a hospital, someone running a youth program, someone running a relatively small theatre group, someone from a charity, someone from a local business on renewables. So I think part of the empowerment is making those people who have some agency already to feel it's not being sucked out of them. And that, I think, is the start. In a way, and this is where some people call double, you know, there's the layer of local authorities I'll come on to in a minute, and mayors, but it's got to be devolved both from the mayor level or the local authority level to that level of people, and then it becomes double or triple devolution. It then citizens have to play their part within that. But I actually believe the starting point is the agency of people who are working directly with citizens and are actually trusted by citizens more than the politicians are. So if you're someone who is that head of the FE college or running a local business or whatever, you've got a grounding in your place to begin with.
I think you just invented triple devolution.
No, I haven't totally. Wes wrote a speech in the health service about triple devolution. And I was trying, because I only read the speech quickly, I haven't got all the layers in my head about what makes it triple, not double, but it's there somewhere.
Brilliant. So from Grimsby, take us to America. Yeah. You've just spent the election period in America. Yeah. What did you see there, and then how does that connect with what we're talking about here?
So from Grimsby to Pittsburgh is quite a good, and there's some similarities and many differences. And I bought my MAGA hat to blend in seamlessly with the Trump supporters. Someone's already looking pretty shocked about that. My best conspiracy, there were many.
Were you actually undercover?
I blended in. But my English accent didn't make me blend in. Actually, all the MAGA supporters wanted to talk immediately to someone from England who was wearing a MAGA hat. It was quite a sort of. My two favourite, just to get the conspiracy theories out of the way to begin with, my two favourite, one, the MAGA hat has 45-47 on the side of it, meaning Trump was the 45th president and he's going to become the 47th president. So this woman leant forward to me and she said, you know what the dash means in between? That means that all through the Biden presidency, Trump was really the commander-in-chief still, and was really in charge of what was going on. So, you know, I sort of nodded along or whatever. And then she said, and have you noticed Kamala Harris is looking less wrinkled these days? And let me tell you why that is. She's now being played by a body double, and she's wearing a Kamala Harris mask. So anyway, these were two. But leave that aside, and that may make it sound as if these were total nutters, but they weren't. So the main message from this, which I think is a message from here, and it links to the empowerment, is, and the book I always recommend, which was from earlier, some of you may know, is a book called Strangers in Their Own Land by Arlie Hochschild, who's a sociologist. She actually wrote it about the Tea Party, the forerunner of Trump in 2016. And she basically has this metaphor in it, which became sort of quite well known, some of you may know it, which was that it's as if people are in a queue waiting for the American dream that's over the brow of the hill, and they feel they're getting closer to it, but then the Democrats come along and put another group who's not them in front in the queue. So it might be new immigrants, or it might be single mothers, whatever the list is currently in the minds of some of these voters, they feel they're not getting any closer. And what that's linked to is this college-educated v non-college-educated divide, which is incredibly strong. That the Democrats and the sort of liberal establishments on East and West Coast are looking down at those who are, you know, church-going, gun-owning, white, often in rural communities, who didn't go to college. And that their life, they've both got lower income because they didn't go to college, but they've also got lower status, and they're seen as not woke enough, and they're seen as out of touch with what they should be doing. So they're told the whole time they're getting things wrong. And so this is the fight back of those groups. And Michael Sandel is also incredibly good on this, that if your big message is get to college, get to university, because the more you learn, the more you earn, and you don't do that, then the message of government and everyone else is there's something wrong about you, you have failed, and that gets very ingrained. In this country for 30, 50 years, we've always used this ridiculous phrase, parity of esteem, to say we're going to improve vocational and technical education. We never do. So actually, and in America, that's the same thing. So that is one of the divides. There's an increasing young men and male-female divide that's interesting. There's increasingly urban and rural. So there are these sort of fault lines, and there's a real deep sense of not being listened to and not being heard, which obviously Trump has tapped into in a big way.
What are you concluding in the messages or the lessons from what you see there for the governing project here?
I think we got some of this in terms of the story we were telling right in opposition. I think the idea of respect goes to the heart of this, that you're respecting different groups, you're genuinely respecting them equally, and that you're giving status and credibility and proper pathways and proper sense of hope to different groups. And Keir's talk, Keir, that idea of respect is in Keir because of his upbringing and stuff you will know. And so he feels very deeply about that. And the dignity of work is a very big thing, about how people have well-paid jobs and increasingly can go a lot. I mean, stagnant wages is obviously a real measure of the rise of populism. So that's very much part of this. I'm struck that we have this division that's far more stark in this country between people working, if you like, on public services and those working on cost of living. I think we've got that wrong. I think there are more think tanks and labs in America that are thinking about family finance in a very creative way, and the sort of life stages, the sort of pinch points of when you have your first child, or the transition from primary to secondary school, or when you retire, or when you buy your first home, and how government can help. And that's, if you like, the intersection of finance and public services. I think if you ask most people on the left here, in this country, if you had £5 billion of discretionary money from growth or whatever, where would you put them? I think most people on the left would say, well, they should all go into public services, particularly the health service. And I personally think that's the wrong answer. I think in an age of this deep levels of insecurity, you've got to have a better balance. It's not that you don't want to build up the health service. You need a better balance of money that's in people's pockets through their wages or through other help with, buying a home or whatever it is. Because I think if you continue with the levels of inequality we have of income, I think you've got a real problem. So I think that intersection is a real lesson for us.
And you're talking about how that message was landing in opposition. How do you think it's landing now?
Well, in government, there's a lot of sort of architecture to get right, which we can maybe talk about more. I mean, look, in terms of the process, that departments are at different stages, which needs to happen, it seems to me, is first of all, you need a really proper diagnosis. And the trouble in politics too much, I think, these days is there's a lot of assertion. The Tories have wrecked something, but that's not actually an analysis of what the problem is. The Tories may have wrecked the economy, wrecked the health service, but actually you need to work out what is wrong with the health service. So actually that was a model for other departments. The Darzi report was a serious piece of work that provided a baseline for where we're at on the health service. Then you need to get together a 10-year plan, which has to be done. And I'm really encouraged the fact that the health department is spending a lot of money on deliberative polling of various sorts and deliberative forums, so that the 10-year plan is constructed properly with staff in the NHS and with patients and users. Then you've got to build a coalition. You've got to build, in each community, a coalition behind that 10-year plan of people who feel genuinely empowered to be able to do it. And then you need real milestones along the way. But that seems to be the structure that should happen in each of these areas. And then I think the overall narrative is about empowerment, is genuinely putting more power in the hands of citizens and staff, incidentally, because the two are connected.
And so just to kind of close that loop, the argument is that by empowering citizens, workforce, local areas, you're giving a sense of power and engagement to people who otherwise feel disenfranchised from the system, and that's an answer to the populist threats?
It is an answer, but, and I know, I mean, Demos is doing a lot of good work on this about the sort of spectrum of, look, most people in this room, I imagine, on certain services like getting a train to another part of the country, you don't really want to be co-constructors of the train service. You want to get on a train that gets you from here to Manchester in time. So there's a sort of spectrum here, which doesn't mean you don't want to have a say in where your train goes, or you know, are there routes, routes still across Britain, you know, horizontally, not vertically, are appalling. You know, so there's input into that sense, but on a daily basis, you don't. That to the other end, where there should be proper deliberation about the things that really matter, on whether it's on social care or a whole range of priorities within the health service. People should be helping to construct how it should work. So I think, but I think it is one of the answers to closing the gap between. And there's also, I think, at the heart of it is a mindset. So the way levelling up has worked, as we know up till now, is a sort of cap in hand to government. The presumption is you need to sort of beg for a bit of money, whereas the default position should be you've got the resources and the support you need, and then sometimes it needs to be topped up in some way. But I think the default position has to change.
Last question from me before we turn to the audience. So this morning we heard very passionate words in support of that empowerment agenda from Georgia Gould, and there are signs of this happening across a lot of the reform agendas in government, in children's social care, in work service devolution, in the devolution announcements we're expecting shortly. But there are also some signs of a kind of opposite approach as well, of more top-down targets, more activity rather than outcome targets. It's not clear which direction it's going in. What's your reading of the politics
well,
of that?
I think you've got a. There's also not one size fits all of different departments. You might need different things. I think NHS is interesting because the three main types of weights have a very different psychology to them. The frustration of not getting a GP appointment is often not life and death, but you don't want to be on hold at 8 o'clock for hours on end. The A&E weights are literally life and death. Each week, people are dying unnecessarily because they can't get into A&E. The 8 million waiting for treatment is a lot of pain often. Some are life and death, some aren't. And I think government's got to sort out. The truth is you probably want a mix of all three, and if you prioritise one, it's not quite right, so therefore you might have 3 targets. What you don't need is 33 targets. When we were constructing the missions, and I think this is really important, and lots of people who've tried this, either running local authorities or whatever, will know, setting a really ambitious goal does have a galvanising effect. I was really struck by a round table Keir did in opposition on knife crime. And we'd put forward the idea of halving knife crime. We had all the sort of charities involved and police and all the rest around the table. And you could see that the debate changed because Keir was setting out something far more ambitious than they normally work towards. And so coming with your normal script, if you were a charity in this space, and a few bits and pieces of policy, was not going to meet the bar. So the tone of the conversation, the ambition of the conversation, was suddenly of a completely different nature. So the idea, it's not just sort of rhetorical, the idea of a North Star and something genuinely ambitious to work towards, I think is great. You then say, well, we don't mind. You use your expertise on the ground of how you get there, and it will be different in this place and context specific there and all the rest of it. But let's all aim for that North Star. That's how I'd like to use targets, rather than having hundreds of targets that drive people up the wall and doesn't achieve what we need.
Brilliant, thank you very much. So I'm going to go to the audience for questions. Do you want to put your hand up? Thoughts, reflections, discussion points, and a mic will come to you. Are people spooked by the change in gear? Because we were quite technical before lunch, weren't we?
Apologies for the lack of technical. I can get technical if you want, particularly about education.
Thank you very much, lady at the back.
Sorry, I can't.
Speak. Can someone help with sound, please? Are you talking about, do you mean kind of a kind of ambition? Yeah.
Do we need to be really unrealistic in a positive direction because we've got people who are falling into this fantasy in the other way with like Trump supporters because they've got no agency and no other hope? And then how do you balance if I don't know what you think about that, but then if so, how do you balance that with kind of the authenticity and your very outcome or evidence driven and the idea of accountability?
It's such an interesting question. It's a question I hear quite a lot about how you respond to populism and about whether you fight populism with populist kind of methods or whether you take the high ground and perhaps further entrench that sense of disenfranchisement. It's a very good question. Thank you. What do you think?
I think you've got to be clever and not fall into traps as ever on this. So it's interesting in the States and to a certain extent here, and Brexit was a good example, of where we ended up defending, and we continue to, indefensible institutions because they're under attack from the populace. So the point is, I remember when I worked for Tony Blair, him saying, look, the message on Europe has got to be pro-Europe, but pro-reformed Europe. But the reformed Europe got lost. But, I mean, he wasn't in power during the referendum, but there, the Remainers were defending a Brussels which was indefensible. And I think they thought it muddled the message to be sort of anti-Brussels in a sense, whilst being a Remainer. But of course, you've got to get to that position. At the moment, the drain the swamp, I wrote a piece on this on the other day. Drain the swamp is correct. There is a swamp, you know, and it does need draining. And
tell people what you mean by the swamp.
Well, Trump says drain the swamp. What he means is you've got a government, and in their case, Washington, I think ours is Westminster and Whitehall, that's not working. It's not delivering. There's no one in this room who can think with the litany of scandals from Hillsborough to Windrush to Post Office to infected blood, all the rest of it, Grenfell, I mentioned you know, that the state is working fine, plus all the stuff about NHS and other services not working, plus, you know, the list is as long as your arm. So we can't be defending a state that doesn't work. You know, should we be defending the fact that there are 7,000 communication officers in the current central government of Britain? Is that a good use? Does anyone think 7,000 enhances communication skills over 70 or 7? You know, so we can't be locked into a position where we don't want to reform institutions that patently need reform. And so, I mean, that is part of the answer here, that we've got to... A lot of the diagnosis, when I went to these Trump rallies, of what was wrong with the government was a similar diagnosis to Bernie Sanders from the left. Their prescription is different, like vilifying immigrants and, you know, finding scapegoats. Where they get to is the wrong place, but the analysis was more spot on and correct in some ways than what the Democrats were offering at that election. So I think we've got to be smart about these things. And what we're talking about today is reinventing the state and reinventing government. That needs to be a far bigger theme of this government as well.
Oh, well done. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thanks. I just had a question prompted by your description of the Trump... Oh, sorry, I'm Finn McMahon from MOJ. From MOJ. I had a question just about your account of the Trump rally voters in Pittsburgh, about, I guess, the possibility of having sort of a national conversation and the risks of over-segmenting a population in the way that you talk to them. To the extent that, like, even though the Trump appeal was, like, built entirely around kind of the identitarian grievance of, like, white voters in the Midwest, like, some of the biggest swings towards Donald Trump were among minority voters in urban areas.
Yeah.
And so... I think, like, it's hard to argue, looking at the way in which Donald Trump was speaking before the election, that was entirely foreseeable or by design. But, like, thinking about its potential read across to the Labour government here, which, like, won, like, on paper, an absurdly sort of diverse collection of seats, you know, in coastal areas and farming areas and post-industrial areas and very wealthy parts of London. But, like, it's still spread very thinly in terms of the popular vote. Whether there's kind of just a risk that the government like loses sight of the possibility of having a national conversation that actually meets people's needs across the country and not in a way that's just tied to their identities.
Fascinating. I think I said those two things.
Thank you. Grace Duffy from Bridges Outcomes Partnerships. I liked and agreed with what you said about like the galvanising power of missions. And I just wondered if you could give us your reflections on now the rubber has hit the road a little bit about implementing missions in government. As a former civil servant, I know just how hard it is actually to really get the centre to change and to move. And conversations with former colleagues is very much that actually things don't feel that different yet. So I just wondered about your reflections about how that's being translated into central government and some of those challenges.
Brilliant, thank you. And lady on the left there.
Hi, thanks. I'm Maria Pavlou from the Office of Public Affairs for the Baha'i community of the UK. And I think I have just a question, maybe in two parts that also is related to the question we had before about there seems to be very maybe clear diagnosis of a problem coming from like a segment of society, and then maybe like some solutions that are suggested, but actually maybe for my understanding, maybe what's missing is a political will to just try something, to act on it, see what happens, and like actually be in that kind of proactive mode of action rather than simply like reacting to putting out fires. And I just wonder like where you think that political will comes from. How do we encourage that, and what do we do with the tension between the means and the ends that sometimes can paralyze political will? And then what do you think the kind of role of education in that process is?
Brilliant, thank you. So one question on whether there's a danger of segmenting voters rather than uniting voters, a question around how do you unblock the Centre for Missions, and finally that point around that kind of meatier diagnosis of the problem, not enough political will to make change happen.
So I think the answer to that is, I think, well, class made a comeback for Trump. So class cut across, and so it was working class voters of all ethnicities who moved towards him. And I think that's partly what Keir was saying before the election in service of working people, is to not break it off by identity in different ways, but have a view of aspiration in that way, which doesn't mean you won't have individual policies or different ways of approaching different segments in society, but the unifying thing. And don't forget, MAGA itself is hugely unifying as a national project, Make America Great Again. That is a big, patriotic, unify. I don't think Kamala Harris had an equivalent. Didn't think she had a future message that had that national appeal. So I think that is. So I think it's his mixture, which I think we need to think about, is patriotism plus class as being the sort of winning combination. This centre of government stuff and actually government generally for missions. Look, this is a huge job, and people in government, from what I know, are starting on it, and but it's really, really difficult, and it's difficult for a whole number of reasons. The incentives on the civil service are completely wrong. You know, I asked one ex-permanent secretary, has it changed in the last 20 years since I was last there? And he said, not at all. The incentives on and you can decide, the people who are civil servants here who can contradict or not, are 1, passing legislation, 2, writing a good policy note that the minister likes, and 3 is getting headlines for the minister. I mean, in a sort of Kafkaesque sort of extraordinary turn of events, the last government said we don't want to call anything that we do now as deliverables, as in it would have an effect on the public. We're changing them to announceables. So as a matter of policy, the last government decided to be performative rather than actually deliver anything. That's the first thing. In answer to the question, who is more likely to build 1.5 million homes? The Director General in the Housing Department who's got 10 other things on their plate and is doing a bit of it in their spare time, or the Grade 7 who's been there 4 months and has come from being in charge of badgers at DEFRA and is going to move in 12 months, so is not on the hook for anything, reporting to a minister who's going to be, that person's going to have 4 ministers in the next 2 years. The chances of achieving that are almost zero. Whereas there are models, whether it's from Kate Bingham and the Vaccine Taskforce, Louise Casey when Labour was last in, there's been a lot of other models in between that have been effective. You need a dynamic person who can cut through the crap, who's got a multidisciplinary team, absolutely crucial. You need a technology person, a project manager, a data person, lots of others. And they've got to be a team that's reporting directly to the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister, is there for 5 years for the whole Parliament, and they know they've got to deliver it, and is working with all the stakeholders and empowering communities. That is the architecture that's going to get there. There's the other model, which is senior civil servants say, oh, it's fine, we'll just use cabinet committees like we've always done, where ministers turn up, read their brief, and go home again. You know, nothing's going to be done. So there's a business as usual. 3 permanent secretaries, I've been told, in the last month I've been told this, 3 different ones have resisted any external person coming in to help with any of these. So still, we had that problem 20 years ago, that is still happening. Why? Why are permanent secretaries in departments not wanting outside expertise? As I say, who's going to build those homes? Someone who's used to building homes, who's got a track record of building homes, or someone who was doing badges 4 months ago? You know, we've got to be clear. So the centre has got to be completely changed and be strategic and have all these. And then the departments have got to be done in a different way. There's all the breaking down of silos that we know about. So massive reform to government is needed to make this happen. When we launched missions, this is what excited Keir at the time, is they were about the how of government, not just the what of what we would do. And that how, and some people call it the radical how, has got to be where it's at. And then there was a question about experimentation. I don't know whether Georgia may have been boasting this morning that she got 100 million. I'll boast on behalf of her if she wasn't. She got 100 million out of the Treasury in the budget for test and learn projects within public services. So she is beginning, along with others, to really start to think. And this is, again, countercultural to how the civil service works. This I understand, although it's got to change. If you're spending taxpayers' money, it is harder. The whole point about experimentation is half of it or 3/4 of it fails. That's the point of it. You're trying new things, but you're failing with taxpayers' money. So that's hard for civil servants and hard for politicians. It's not no one can pretend that's an easy thing. But there needs to be a proportion of budgets that is trying to learn from that. So government is bad at spreading best practice, and it's very poor at developing next practice. And it needs to get really good at both.
Peter, thank you so much. So much of the how and the what. I worry about the why as well. I think there's a lot of why missing here. And I think kind of where we started on empowerment, shifting that relationship between citizen and state, that for me has a lot of why in it as well.
Definitely.
So I want to say a huge thank you for making us think and providing such great experience. Thank you for your time today.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, next I'm going to welcome my colleague Andrew O'Brien to the platform with his speakers, and the next session is on workforce. So thank you. Oh, you've arrived on your own now. They're coming. Yeah. I think it's hands.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Andrew O'Brien, I'm Director of Policy and Impact at Demos. Well done for getting through 2 panels, ministerial speech, lunch, and you're still awake, and you're still enthused and energised, I can all see, so thank you all very much. It's been a really great session so far, a summit so far. I think one of the topics that keeps coming up repeatedly, obviously, is the important role of the workforce and the people that are working on the front line delivering public services. As you heard from the Minister this morning, you know, and I think she made a very powerful point about how in recent years, the way that we've sought to deliver public services, we've let down people working on the front line of public services. And a big part of the report we've issued today is about how do we reset the relationship between those that are working in public services and delivering public services and those that are using those public services. And I was very struck by, you know, sometimes banality and obvious points get missed in politics and policy making, but I was listening to a speech by the second permanent secretary to the Treasury, Kat Little, recently, and she said, yeah, the Treasury, they start to realise how important the workforce actually was to reforming public services. You know, those of us who might think that's an obvious thing to say, sometimes policymakers don't pick that up, so it's important we're able to reiterate that today. And I'm delighted to be joined by a fantastic panel, and I'll just go through each of those. So, to my far left, although not on the far left, Jonathan, I hasten to add, is Jonathan Slater, former Permanent Secretary at the Department for Education, and also worked very, very closely at Number 10 as well. Not as a Humphrey, more of a kind of big visionary thinker, as I'm sure you'll find, around public service and delivery. To my left is Caroline Slowcock, Director of Civil Exchange. Again, a fantastic career in politics. You might have heard her talking about her time working as Private Secretary to Margaret Thatcher on many BBC programmes, which I've certainly enjoyed listening to. But also fantastic career in the Treasury as well, working with Gordon Brown around public service reform targets and so on there as well. So really grateful for that. To my right, Sian Elliott from TUC, Trade Unions Congress. Again, we've sort of, we were talking about this in the break, about how we've lost that connection between the trade union movement, the workforce and government working together to try to solve some of the challenges that we face. Looking forward to hearing your comments around that. And Mark Smith, who is sort of the breakout star of our summit, really, because the Minister was incredibly enthusiastic about the work you were doing up in Gateshead and the liberated method that you deployed there. So I'll definitely be asking you to go through that in a bit more detail. So the format's going to be, we're going to have a few opening reflections from each of our panellists, then I'm going to ask some questions, and then we're going to come to you in the audience. Jonathan, I'm going to start with yourself and save our star performer Mark to the end. So I'm going to ask you to also explain the liberated method as well, because I'm sure people will be interested to hear that. Jonathan, your reflections on workforce and how do we free up the frontline and professionals to make the most of their potential?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Great. So I was going to put the case for liberating public services, but Georgia Gould did that this morning, and wasn't she incredible? I mean, wasn't that fantastic? I thought she was brilliant. She certainly put it a lot better than I could have. So I think the sort of case for liberated services is essentially do what she says. But given I've still got a couple of minutes, I'll say a little bit more about, well, how you might do that. How you might do that. Take it down a level. How might her vision of liberated public services delivering around the needs of individual citizens in the way that Mark will be describing later, how would you do that from the centre? What would the centre need to do differently to make that real? Firstly, it would, as we know, mean holding us to account for outcomes, not for outputs or inputs. Let me give an example based on my own recent life working in schools, which is sometimes heralded as a relative success story of the last 10 years. Right, what does government currently want schools to do? It wants to make sure that they make sure that all 10-year-olds know what a fronted adverbial is. All of them. And it holds them strongly to account for that. It wants to make sure that as many as possible of them do a modern foreign languages GCSE. There's two things, right? There's a million things, right? Those are two things. They are not outcomes. They are not outcomes. What do we mean by outcomes? Well, we might think that after 12 years of compulsory education, you've got to go to school every day, 5 days a week, 38 weeks a year, for 12 years, you get a job. You get a job. What is the number of 16 to 24-year-olds not in education, employment, or training today? It's just shy of 1 million. For every class of 25 kids doing a GCSE, 4 of them are going to be out of work, either looking for a job or not even bothering for the next 8 years. That's an outcome which a government might want to tackle. By the way, it's exactly the same as the figure was in 2002. It goes up when there's not enough jobs to go around. There are enough jobs to go around. Why is immigration so high? There's enough jobs to go around. There's 1 million 16 to 24-year-olds not getting a job. And maybe we want them to have some satisfaction with their life as well. That might be quite nice. A bit of well-being, a bit of positivity. We've got some data here as well that compares us with other OECD countries. There are 33 OECD countries. You're 50% more likely, no, exaggerate, 40% more likely to be dissatisfied with your life if you are a 15-year-old at a school in the UK than in the rest of the OECD. To which ministers might say, and I'm certainly not blaming the current one, that they've just started, well, that's nothing to do with schools. Do you know what? If you look in the OECD data, it's all there to be seen. Fewer than 2/3 of our secondary school children feel a sense of belonging with their school. How does it compare with the rest of the OECD? 3/4. And so what's happening? The kids just, they're not coming to school. What is the level of persistent absence in secondary school? It's 30%. So, wouldn't it be great if the new government said, that's what we want. We want kids to feel a sense of belonging. They want them to be able to get a job. We're not going to tell you how to make sure they do it. Whether fronted adverbials or French turns out to be critical, it's a matter for you. And in fact, it's not just about what goes on in the school. It's about the relationship with the job centres, the college, the employers. That is what liberated public services might look like. Saying to our public service workers, you know why you came into this life, into this world, to help youngsters to achieve their potential. That is what we're going to hold you to account for. Wouldn't that be great?
Thanks very much, Jonathan. And if there are government officials watching this broadcast, Jonathan, you are available, aren't you, to go back in and turn that speech into practice. Fantastic. Caroline.
Thank you. I'm going to give a few reflections on how we got to this place and then some thoughts on how we can get out of it. I mean, I think ministers profoundly in the past have mistrust the workforce. They've seen the workforce more as the problem rather than the solution to better public services. And, you know, why is that? I mean, I think, sort of looking across administrations, the public sector workforce has been seen as a vested interest, you know, pursuing its own objectives, not actually focusing on the people they serve, and a sort of money pit. You know, money can pour in, but nothing will come out. So I think that's, you know, been a major issue. I think a second question is the whole sort of new public management story, which goes way back to Thatcher originally, where the idea is to treat public services as if they're businesses, and not just any old businesses, but actually sort of factory production lines, where the widget is being produced, the service, but it's got nothing to do with the people who actually are the service. And the last thing is, I think that we have too centralised a government. And, you know, you mentioned that I worked for Gordon Brown. I actually introduced, under his orders, public service agreements, the whole targets regime, I fear. So, you know, my fingerprints are on this, mea culpa. But I've seen the error of my ways. But I think when you're sitting in the centre and you think you run everything and it's a production line and all you need to do is just say what's going to be produced, you get your megaphone out and you shout your targets. I think we're about to hear a little bit more of that tomorrow, sadly. So how do you change that? Well, I think trust is absolutely essential. In New Zealand, there's a very interesting case study in the report where they concluded that new public management hadn't worked and they'd lost sight of public service and introduced legislation which talked about the spirit of service. And I think, you know, the government of service, as it's described itself, could be focusing on that kind of mutual objective of service to the people that we all serve. And the Respect Charter, which is mentioned in the report, I think is, you know, one potential route in that direction. I think working together to define the missions, which isn't happening at the moment as far as I can see, but perhaps it's happening a bit in the NHS, is really important. And working with principles, not targets. So principles like listening to people, listening to what they want and putting that at the heart of things. Collaborating, not just across the public sector, but also with wider social forces, particularly the voluntary sector and social enterprises. Forging relationships, which I think are not good. And lastly, but very much not least, prevention. Prevention absolutely at the heart of this. And so my last point is they need to invest in prevention. We need to get out of that vicious cycle where money is drained out of the workforce are leaving the services because they're burnt out, and things are getting worse, nothing's done right first time, money is wasted. We need to move towards getting things right first time, putting people at the front line in the position to do that. And that means, amongst other things, I think having a long-term plan for pay, a long-term plan for skills, and a long-term plan for looking at manpower.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I mean, that's almost a perfect segue at the end there. It's almost like we planned this, actually. Over to you, Sian. So, yeah, I mean, what's your reflection, sort of, and TUC's reflection at the moment around public services and the workforce?
So, thank you for inviting me here today, because I think this is a really timely intervention. We know that the state of public services, and in particular the NHS, was the key deciding factor for voters in the general election and is going to be absolutely key to the next general election. And we've also got elections coming up in Wales and in Scotland too, and we know this is a key issue there, particularly when we're facing the rise of the far right and they're organising around the lack of material improvements that people are feeling in terms of public services that they rely on in order to just live and get by, and in terms of their material conditions relating to cost of living and wages and so forth. So for us at the TUC and our unions in the public sector that represent millions of public sector workers, this is an incredibly important moment to be talking about public services reform. But I would be doing those millions of workers a huge disservice if I didn't start by saying, on the whole, public servants hate the language of reform. It tends to mean top-down, centralised change. It implies you're not doing a good enough job. It implies that somebody way over there is making a decision about your day-to-day lives with little to no engagement with you on the front line, who arguably is better placed to know what is wrong with the system, what is it that the communities you need. So I just want to start this by saying I'm talking about reform, but I'm doing so having previously sat in meetings with the Prime Minister and other heads of secretaries of state, and where we've said, please stop using the language of reform, because for public servants it just means you're not doing a good job and we need to change what you're doing. So if we're genuine about involving the workforce, empowering the workforce, liberating the workforce, then for me the very first place we've got to start is by engaging that workforce and giving them a voice. And that's what trade unions do, is they are the voice of the workforce, whether it's enabling them to negotiate over pay, over working conditions, over whether they've got access to flexible work and so forth, or whether it's about actually those frontline delivery of services, about workloads in schools, about working hours, about how a team in an A&E department in a hospital may self-roster. So it's for us, unions and the workforce voice is absolutely key to this discussion. And what we've seen over the last 14 years in particular is a total neglect of industrial relations and marginalisation of that workforce voice. And so the Demos ask is an ask that we've also been asking for, is a workforce commission that would bring together employers, government, and representatives of the workforce to talk about the key strategic challenges facing public services. Totally take on board Jonathan's point about how do we design for outcomes rather than outputs. I think the workers tell us that arbitrary targets don't do anything except end up forcing people to game the system. They can have unintended consequences. And also a point that Caroline was making about the interconnectivity of public services. When you cut in one area of public services, you tend to then see a huge impact in another area. We all know what happens when you cut in, say, social care. You then see a huge impact on the local NHS, ICB trusts and so forth. But that applies across all areas. Education, cuts to youth services, for example, cuts to Sure Start's impact. It's all interconnected, and what we need is a whole systems, whole sector discussion with everybody that has a vested interest in the system, sitting down to really talk about, as you say, Caroline, what are the missions? And those missions should be an overarching, Peter was talking about targets, they should be an overarching goal or aspiration, but what we need to avoid is those really arbitrary targets that are focused on outputs, that don't take into account outcomes. It's incredibly difficult so in my own life, my sister is a family support worker. If you tracked on her outcomes, it's really difficult to measure the families that she does help, because there are good outcomes. The good outcomes are children stay in school, they go on to achieve 10 years down the line. You can certainly measure when she doesn't do her job and if a child falls out of school, but it's really hard to measure the good impact. One, because it's not just her, she's part of a wider ecosystem, but two, how do you measure that positive impact? So we need to really move away from that arbitrary target setting. We need to have workers at the centre of this, along with those service users, along with all of those, working together to think about what does a reform agenda look like, and maybe we can pick up a bit more of that in a moment.
Thank you very much. That was great, some great points. Mark, I don't want to put pressure on you, but we basically decided today that it's all down to you and what you're doing at Gateshead. And in our report, we go into a lot of detail about the fantastic work you've done there. So it'd be great to get a sense of, what the reforms you've been taking place there are, what the liberated method is, and then just your reflections on, what could we do to spread that? I mean, what's your kind of insights on that?
Okay, thank you. Just in response, it's probably worth responding to particularly to Sian's point. That's where the Liberate method came from. Liberate method was named by the workers, not by me. We were debriefing. How's this feel? Well, we feel liberated. I thought, I'm nicking that. So that's where the name came from. But just to go back a little bit, we've done 7 years of prototyping around relational ways of doing public service, working outwards from people and meeting them where they are. I don't really want to improve services, because if you start with services, you end up with services. People need relationships. Things that, when we go home, that's what people need, and it's what humans are brilliant at. How can we create public services that have enough structure and rigour to be consistent and deployable, but have enough ability to absorb variety, because nothing varies like people. In doing all of that work, starting off with prototypes around debt and moving through to the Changing Futures work, which I believe was spoken about this morning, I wasn't here, which I was. One probably slightly glib conclusion that we drew was that public services are broken, but public servants aren't. Because all you need to do is to create the environment for great work, and it will happen. And that includes learning and errors. And when we studied that in detail, we looked back through the consumption of people that bounced around the system for years, many of them. And one of the things that we looked at were, what were the decisions that were made to create those amplification effects? Public services amplify demand. And what we noted, we looked at the policies, we looked at the logics behind them and the logics behind the logics, and you create a nest of them. And I won't go into that now, but the superordinate driver behind all of that consumption was to create and maintain a defensible position. So if we're going to do anything, we need to work on that. So how do we do it? Well, we decided to start again. So the liberated method, we didn't call it that initially, and it borrows. I used to work for Vanguard, so I did a lot of systems thinking work. We've evolved into something very relational. But one of the things that we did is we saw a load of people who were presenting demand into the council tax service saying, I can't pay this debt, you've written me a nasty letter, you're going to send a bailiff, you're going to add 250 quid to the bill for the pleasure of receiving a bailiff, and really, we are really struggling. And I'm listening to these calls thinking, something's wrong here, and I'm looking around at all the people taking the calls, and it's awful. So, particularly when the only response they can give is, why don't we call it a £5 a week and we'll stop writing you nasty letters? They'll pay twice, and then they write another letter. So how do we get out of that? So we asked a small team of people that were, quote unquote, pissed off for all the right reasons. Excuse me. And we put them in a room and we said, there are 40 families that are due a visit from a bailiff. So we're going to hold the bailiff off and we're going to give you some rules and principles and see what happens. And there were just 2 rules. Don't break the law and don't do any harm. And there were some principles. Now, this combination of rules and principles is really important, because principles allow for flexibility, rules don't. If it's all rules, you can just lift it and shift it, but we know that context matters. So how do we create variability? Excuse me. So we said, okay, 5 principles. We understand, not assess. Now, by law, we have to do some assessments. That's why it's a principle, not a rule. But if we are minded to understand and build a relationship such that we get context, we're not delimited by an assessment framework. We use measures, not targets. We use measures to learn and improve, and they're in the work. So we don't have targets because the de facto purpose becomes hit the target. So no, we're going to use measures to learn and improve. So if I'm going to liberate method, and I don't like that sort of paternalistic language, but this was the way of getting the workers to liberate. We were saying all we insist on is that we debrief and learn everything. So the data's theirs, so why would they game it? So that was another principle. The third was we try not to do referrals. What we want to do instead is pull specialism in rather than push person to. Because 80% of the consumption for the highest consumers is assess, do, refer cycles that are devoid of context. That's really expensive. The other principle is no time limits. It might take 5 days to get to a certain level of understanding with one family. It might take 5 months for the other. Both of those are nominal because it's all about absorbing variety. And if somebody takes 5 months to understand, it's probably because they've had 15 years of hell bouncing around public services. I still think we're up on the deal. And the final principle is the decisions are made in the work. If they need to pull for advice, support, fine, pull, but they're pulling for that, not for permission. Do no harm, stay legal, or sacrosanct. Now, in the iteration of that, in the latest prototype, we added a third rule, which was agree purpose with the person you're working with as early as possible in the discourse. And the reason for that was generated by learning in the work. What we learned is when we're working with people that are really struggling with addiction and recovery, some of them, if you work with them, meet them where they are, and I'll come on to the mechanics of that in a moment. Some of them were getting stuck in a cycle of dependency and provision. Others were thriving and owning their own life and getting on with it. And the difference between the two cohorts was the clarity of the purpose and the nature of its iteration from the beginning. So we introduced that as a third rule, agree purpose. What that does to the workforce is it liberates them, because it doesn't matter what the purpose is, so long as it's agreed and it's do no harm, stay legal. And Dan Pink's book Drive is really key here. Autonomy, mastery, and purpose. If workers have those, their intrinsic motivation creates ingenuity in all the right places. 60-odd% of the work that our guys have done that has saved loads of money is agnostic of the system. It's the simple little things like getting somebody a carpet that might mean that sort of tenancy stands a better chance of actually being successful. Or getting somebody some food because they've got none. And they're not going to talk to you about their long-term purpose if they've got no food in the cupboards. We can solve that problem more sustainably in time, but there is a pragmatism about that. Those teams have a budget, and they can spend it on what they want, provided we get all the receipts and we can measure it. And we just ask them to use the mnemonic plan, proportionate, legal, auditable, necessary. Now, why am I going into this? And I will wrap up in a moment. It's because when you provide a framework like that, it has rigor and it has flexibility. It has the ability for people doing the work to transcendently do great work whilst giving metrics and data into a system such that it can iterate and learn. The liberated method has evolved as a method, as a theory. The notion of extrinsic provision and intrinsic capability has grown at a level of theory, and that's not the preserve of managers. Caseworkers and academics talking to each other. It's the joy to see. So we can liberate on a number of levels, but we need to create the stomach to have variation around principles rather than tying everything down into processes. If we can do that, we'll save money and get better outcomes. We won't even be sure how we got some of those outcomes because there's so many variables, but it won't matter. So that's broadly what the liberated method is. Teams doing that in really difficult settings, alcohol and alcohol care teams, homelessness, women's services, debt, all manner of things, and it does work, but it's very counter-system, and I've got a lot of scars. So I'll finish there and come back.
Thank you very much. Brilliant, Mark. You can just put it down on the table. Yeah, don't worry. great, and it's really great to get that detail as well, because we heard a lot about the Liberator method today, so it's great to get it from the horse's mouth and understand a bit more about what it is. I'm just going to quickly go around, because I'm conscious of time, and just sort of get a kind of few follow-ups. Jonathan, it'd be remiss of me if, given your expertise in the Department for Education and running it, some people would say, and have said as we've been doing this work, well, academisation was an example of how we were trying to liberate the front line, because we tried to get power away from the system, and it was all about empowering head teachers and so on. But obviously what you were saying in your remarks, clearly it's also involved a lot of mass centralisation and targeted interference as well. So what are the lessons we can learn, do you think, if any, from the way that academisation has taken place in education, kind of policy has moved, to try to create the frameworks for liberation to take place?
Well, when I arrived in the department in 2016, I asked how the system was supposed to work, and there really isn't a very good answer to that question. It's an enormous mess. Don't do that, would be the lesson. It's a combination of what appears on the face of it to be an enormous amount of freedom to set the pay of the workforce in whatever way you want. Well, how's that going to work with a multi-academy trust of 8 schools? It's supposed to be school-led, but it turns out the schools don't have any legal status anymore when they've joined a multi-academy trust. They don't have a budget. They don't have staff anymore. There's lots of freedom, but there's lots of centralisation. Don't do that. Have a sort of consistent system. And I suppose from the point of view of a liberated public services and outcomes, you know, building on Mark's example, build it child up. Build it child up. What do those kids need the schools to be helping them to achieve, and which kids need it the most? They're, of course, the youngsters who don't get a job after school. So design a system in which people are working around the needs of the individual child, inside and outside the school, because they need both. And you know, Georgia has just discovered, because she told us, just how unjoined up central government is. Much worse than local government. Absolutely. It's never going to change. That can't be fixed. It's 500,000 people. You've got to break it into silos. There it is. It's a large organisation. Therefore, the answer is stop trying to run schools from the centre. Give the job to the mayors. Give it to Gateshead. Give it to Camden. You know, give it to people who are good at what they do and take it away if they're not. But Camden and Gateshead and Greater Manchester, they can join it up. Whitehall never, ever will.
Thanks, Jonathan. Interesting reflections. Caroline, I mean, you mentioned public service agreements as well, and you know, we're going to see with the PM's speech this week, I mean, there are some sort of echoes of the PSAs in what we're hearing is being briefed about there. I mean, what's your reflections on the success and failures of the PSAs? And I guess, how do you resolve, if any, that tension that the centre politicians, obviously, they're spending a lot of money, they want to see certain results, but as Mark very powerfully said, if you kind of specify those too much, you game the system, you lead to bad outcomes. What's your reflections on that? Is there a way of resolving that fundamental tension?
Well, I think that the targets didn't really work. I think that's, you know, the bottom line. I can see why Labour wanted to do it, because they were worried that they were regarded as, you know, they were just going to spend a lot of money and not get anything back. So they wanted to show that they were going to get something back. And then, you know, as I said earlier, there's a sort of megaphone thing. Well, how do we make the machine change? Well, we just tell it what we want and then it will do it. Unfortunately, it's a bit more complicated than that. I think they've been very much gamed. You know, I'm sure we've all been in situations where you can see the gaming. So for example, on the waiting list targets, you get a provisional, a short appointment at the beginning to meet the target, but it doesn't actually resolve the issue. So then you have another appointment later. So they can be gamed. They have unintended consequences. And I think that in some ways, one of the reasons why we decided to set more of them was because to try and avoid setting single targets, which then everything, you know, navigated towards doing that. So I think that Keir Starmer, in having one target per mission, is making a huge mistake, because I think, you know, for example, they'll focus on the NHS, they won't deal with social care, because they're focusing on the waiting lists. And, you know, that's, you know, but obviously social care is a problem that needs to be fixed. So I really feel that they have not worked. I do agree with Georgia Gould when she said that we do need to set some minimum standards, and that's also in the report. You know, I think people should have a legitimate expectation of a certain level of standard from the public services that they ultimately pay for. But that's very different from the sort of liberation of the method, which really leaves it, you know, down to, I mean, I think it's so powerful the way that Mark was describing that you agree the purpose together, and actually that is agreeing the purpose of the intervention that is really, it's tailored to the situation, and it will get things right first time. So I think, you know, we need a different approach. I think principles are better than targets, and understanding how people might work together in different ways from collaboration and so forth, so, as I was saying earlier, I think is the way to go.
We were talking in the break about the Respect Charter, and it's been mentioned as well. We can't have too much agreement on this panel. And I guess, how do you, I mean, you can see obviously from the political perspective, with some of the things that we're talking about here today, they'll be like, great, okay, we're going to give a lot more freedom, a lot more control. But also, ultimately, we're accountable to voters, and we want to make sure that we've got some kind of mechanisms to ensure using this in the right way. What from your experience, and is there a role for trade unions in that, how do we make sure that there is that sense of a partnership between, you know, ultimately policymakers who are making some big strategic calls about where to invest and what to invest, but crucially, as we all seem to agree on, how do we give the front line an ability to take control and deliver this?
Thank you. So just so you're aware, I shared some scepticism about a Respect Charter, largely because I believe that frontline public sector workers already have a high degree of accountability. They have, both with the public that they are facing. I don't know if anybody has been to a job centre recently, but I can assure you that when you are the worker that sanctions a family, you feel the weight of that decision on you, and you are made to feel the weight of that decision. And it is not necessarily your decision. What I see often in public services is huge levels of accountability, very little autonomy. And I have a real concern about this Respect Charter in terms of, and also a wider government language around, well, yes, we're going to give you some more freedom, but we're going to give you accountability, because actually I would question the degree to which that frontline worker in the job centre, that nurse, actually has real meaningful autonomy. And until you genuinely give them autonomy, the language of more accountability I find really scary, and I think will be incredibly intimidating to those frontline public sector workers. If we take the example of academisation, for example, if you ask most of those teachers, did much change about your autonomy day to day? No, it did not. The autonomy sat with the CEO of the new academy, that they had greater autonomy and freedom. Those teachers did not have freedom to innovate in the classroom. And so my concern here is that the degree of accountability just increases for frontline workers, but actually the autonomy is probably held either at a devolved level, say by the mayoral or combined authority, or by management, and then it's the frontline workers that are held responsible for whether or not they meet targets set in a quid pro quo for that supposed freedom that they've gained. So I have a large degree of scepticism about the Respect Charter, and would really like to think through what that means. I just wanted to pick up on one other point, which was about, couldn't agree more about principles, and I think there's a real need for, I keep talking about this whole systems, whole sector approach that then we devolve down to the department level, and then is devolved. I know that Peter talked about triple devolution. I think I may be talking about quadruple devolution, but there is, and it fits with what you were saying, Mark, about you need that top down, yes, but you really need that bottom up. And so until we genuinely get that, the Respect Charter and greater accountability, I remain somewhat sceptical of. And yes, unions could play a really important role in that, because they're the representative of the workforce. They're able to go in and negotiate and talk about the implications. An area that's huge for public services right now is digitisation and AI. Often new systems are introduced with little to no discussion with the workforce about actually what is it you need this system to do? Is it functioning? What's the problem with the current system? And then you talk to a nurse who says, well, I've spent 15 minutes this morning waiting for a computer to turn on. I don't need a new IT system. I need functioning IT, just basic IT. So again, this kind of real need for strategic conversations and broad principles. And then let's get down to some of the real key issues that are facing public sector workers, the public that use them, and more broadly, the government who will be held responsible for whether or not they deliver.
Brilliant. Some point. Anyone got questions in the audience, by the way? A couple. Because we are running a little bit over, because our previous session was slightly over, so I will try and come to you, and just good to get an idea. I'll try and cover them all in one group if I can, and we'll pick and choose for you. Just Mark, just very, very quickly, well, not very quickly, but just your perspective. Every time I talk to somebody about the liberated method, or we read about it, we write about it, and goes, well, obviously, we should all be doing this. Why aren't we all doing this? You've been on the ground. Why is it so hard to liberate in the way that we've done it?
Yeah. When we did this work, we created the spaces for it to happen. So the first thing we wanted to learn was what works, efficacy. It's amazing how few measures in public service relate to efficacy. Lots of them relate to industry. How busy are we? And how compliant we are. But not efficacy. What happened? So we wanted to change that. But the other thing that I did, so my job as the leader, was to hold the system off and then to try and pull on the bits that we needed. Now that's really instructive, because when you're holding the system off, it's trying to subvert the work. So the bits you're holding off are telling you, these are the things we need to do systemically so that this thing it can survive outside its bubble. And I think that's really important. There were 5 broad things that came out of that, and we call them, I've got kids of a certain age, we call them Horcruxes. It's a Harry Potter reference, because you need to get them all if you're going to make the change. Now, loads of great work do 1 or 2 of these things, but it boiled down to a bunch of things. So to answer the question, how might we do this more systematically? The first thing that we noticed that we were holding off or trying to subvert was what I refer to as the financial stalemate. It isn't that there isn't enough money, it's that it won't move. So if you've got somebody like, I think Brian's case was used this morning, what unlocked all of that massive consumption for Brian was housing. But housing couldn't afford to house housing, the eligibility and the risk and all the rest of it. But when the resources were put in and housed him, and it was the framework for his renewal, the amount of savings into the health and criminal justice system was vast. And this is predictable. So that financial stalemate has to be resolved. How do we do this open book, or as close to as we can? So that was the first thing that was stymieing this work. That would make it easier. And one of the associated points to that is that we continually conflate structure with method. It's not working, let's do a restructure. Good methods are agnostic of structures by and large, so that's the wrong lever. We pull that lever because it's close. Methodological levers are further away, more difficult, but they're the ones that are going to yield this. So that was one Horcrux. Another one was how we commission. It preempts the solution. Commission to this specification, will pay you accordingly. Well, actually, we need to do this instead. Well, we don't have the autonomy to do that. Never mind the mastery to get better at it. So we need to commission for learning and for outcomes, but for learning in particular. So a commissioner might say, show me how you've used your measures, not targets, to learn and improve, as opposed to, show me that you hit this number. Because that way, you can do creative work. Commissioning itself has to change. I wouldn't even call it that. It's more of an investment. The way we lead, the role of the leader is to clear the runway so that the work gets done, not to manage budgets, not to manage the micro. So that's key. And the other thing is how we evaluate, and how one of the things that academic colleagues have helped me with is, let's move away from evaluation and more to evaluative practices, that we are learning and evaluating as we go. We are iterating, sticking to our core purpose. It's really strong. But I get asked to be evaluated against stuff that was predetermined ages ago, and it makes it really hard to do the work. So those particular things are difficult, and there's one more, and I've forgotten what it is. Doesn't matter, I won't go into it.
Well, yeah.
But those particular things are detailed responses to a broad question, which is, what makes this difficult to sustain? Those things make it difficult to sustain. So if we're going to do devolution, devolve those things. Yeah, I've just remembered the last one, and this is key. Regulation and inspection is punitive, and it's there to catch us out. No. It should be there to help us to learn. How can we, clearly has to deal with the really bad stuff, but we has to be a good relationship. Right now, it's a pathological relationship. The wonderful Helen Sanderson showed us her resting heart rate throughout the year, and you could see when the inspector was in. So these things are really important, and I think the way we look at regulation and inspection has to change, because that create and maintain a defensible position thing is really stymieing all of this work.
Thanks very much. Conscious of time, we're going to take 2 questions. I'm sorry we can't get through to more. Sorry, there's just one here, and then there's one over there. Yep, here, there. No, pointing at them right there. Yep.
Thanks. Grace Duffy from Bridges Outcomes Partnerships again. I wanted to pick up on what you said, Sian, about the accountability and autonomy, and indeed what you said, Mark, about sort of commissioning more for outcomes. And this is something which actually, when you focus on outcomes, you're then able to do accountability, but also create that autonomy. And I just wondered on your reflections on what this could do, not just for improving outcomes, but also improving the working lives of our frontline professionals and dealing with that recruitment and retention crisis. So just with your reflections on that, maybe in theory and in practice.
Brilliant. And one more question just here. Yep. Lady's got a hand. Yep.
Hi, I'm Alicia Weston from Bags of Taste. We work in prevention, actually. I've come across Caroline before, so it's kind of a question for Caroline. I seem to remember you've got a background in the Treasury. Am I right? Do you have a background in the Treasury? Treasury. Yes, yes. So, so we work in prevention. We improve people's diets. And we're really struggling to find finance for this, frankly. But what I'm really interested in is when I speak to NHS Horizons, which as far as I understand is a think tank within the NHS, I literally quote, "There is no money for things that don't happen." The other day I was speaking to a chair of an ICB, and she said, "We have no money for prevention," right? And I asked her, "But the government's talking about prevention." I said, well, "How does this work?" And she goes, "Ask the government." You know, I mean, it's like a Kafkaesque situation at the moment. And when you speak to people within the NHS...
Sorry, I've really got to get a question.
Yeah, there is a specific question. When you speak to people in the NHS, they're saying we've got to deal with the crisis. And there's no allocation of money for prevention anywhere. What do you think about the possibility of there actually being an allocation at Treasury level for prevention? Because I can't see the people working on the front line allocating off 10% or whatever it is.
Sure. Thank you very much. Great. And I'm going to ask people to sort of sum up as well, some sort of closing remarks or some conscious of cracking on. Jonathan, just starting with you, any thoughts on prevention and at that point around outcomes as well, or any kind of final concluding thoughts you want to leave us with? Oh, sorry, here's a microphone as well. We want to capture your words of wisdom, Jonathan.
I've said all I can usefully say on outcomes. And I think that if the government were to hold people to account for outcomes, it would enable the deliberation of the sort that Mark described. My final thought, something I've not already said, but George has said it before, and it was great, and so let's see it. Wouldn't it be great if government stopped doing its work in secret? That was her phrase. It's got to be stopped. If the workforce was working jointly with the government, civil servants, today, on the targets to be delivered tomorrow, that's what she said. Wouldn't it be great? I wrote a pamphlet just a couple of years ago about how you might do it. If policy making were done in public, not in secret, goodness me, we could achieve some great stuff. Go Georgia!
Thanks very much. Caroline, prevention. Should the Treasury allocate a particular line around that? I hear there might be some proposals that some think tanks have been putting forward around that. Do you know much about that?
Well, I worked with the Early Action Taskforce, which was a cross-sectoral task force, for over a decade, and worked up some proposals around prevention, and I think they fed into Dennis's work on this.
Absolutely.
Because I was, designing the public expenditure system back in the day, and at that point we separated out capital expenditure from current expenditure because nobody was spending any money on capital because you couldn't afford it because it was upfront investment. And it was getting in the way of the crisis management that some people think is the main business of government. So, I think that we need to separate out the funding streams. And I think Demos has given it a name, PDEL, for those who are sort of into the technicalities of this, prevention DEL, which is a subset of public spending. And like capital, we need to be ring-fencing it so that, at least like capital was originally and now is again, I believe, you stop it being raided to pay for short-term pressures. So I think that the government should be allocating money to prevention, not sort of a life chances fund here, another fund there, but actually looking at preventative expenditure and passing it down to people to use effectively. I do relate very much to Mark's point, which is that we do have the resources. If we got everything right first time, then we wouldn't actually have to spend so much money on acute services. And if you take the target for the NHS of delivering more patient appointments within 18 weeks, I mean, that is not preventative. So it's not just the money and getting that lined up, but it's also getting the kind of focus on prevention, which I fear is likely to be lost. And just a final point on resources. When you work in the Treasury, you think of the quantum of public expenditure. That's quite a lot of money, actually. But if you think about social resources, which includes the workforce and its resourcefulness, its ability to innovate, but also the voluntary sector and business as well, there are massive amounts of resources in society which could be deployed preventatively. And actually, if we work together, stop being secretive in government, which is a terrible problem, and actually had a joint purpose and work towards it, then we could actually deliver the prevention. There would be the money there for it.
And there will be some further papers from Demos coming out on that very thought, probably before the end of the year, so do look out for those. Sorry, I'm a terrible chair. We're running horrendously behind, so I'm going to have to squeeze everybody's time. But yeah, any thoughts, very quick thoughts on prevention or outcomes, or any closing remarks you want to make?
I think the two are connected in that, yes, if you empower people, if you give them autonomy, if you begin to measure outcomes rather than setting targets that you pass or fail them on the basis of, then yes, you will empower them, you will motivate them. The public sector runs on the goodwill of its workforce. I mean, you can just name anybody that's interacted with public service, can think of the midwife who stayed an hour after the end of her shift because you hadn't finished labouring. Hands up, that was me. There are endless examples of that where public servants go above and beyond, but they've spent 14 years of having their pay held down, of having their working conditions worsened, of dealing with public services that have been cut to the very bone and where they can't do their job properly. And that ties into the prevention point, is we've got to the point with public services where everything only gets attention if it is acute and it is crisis. And that makes it really hard. Let's be honest, that becomes a really difficult decision for government, because if we accept an economic argument that there is a pie and there's only a certain amount of the pie and therefore it needs to be divvied up, how on earth do you get to the point where you kind of make a break and you say, we're going to stop doing this acute bit of spending, but my God, do we need to? Because without it, that acute spending is just going to grow and grow and grow. And we've seen that recently with a number of adults that are economically inactive, that are falling out of the workplace at faster and faster rates. We can't cope with it. We can't cope with what's happening in social care. We've got to make that break. Government have got to be brave. They've got to be honest with the public, and they've got to start investing in prevention. Politically, that's hard, but I think the language of a decade of renewal, the expectation management government have got to do, they've got to be honest with the public. I think they're in a place where they're willing to hear it. All of us can help them get there, but it's some difficult decisions, but not impossible ones.
And Mark, final thoughts from you.
Thanks. Just two things. Firstly, prevention. There's nothing more preventative than being effective. So let's be efficacious. The work we've done with the Sunderland and South Tyneside alcohol care team, our cohort admissions have been reduced by 76%, because we didn't focus on their alcoholism, we focused on their context. And guess what? With those liberated method principles, the work was many and varied, ranging from getting people into carpentry and dog grooming, but it all adds up to that 76% reduction in admissions, and God knows what that was in bed days. I've got the number somewhere. So that's one thing to think about. Is it prevention or is it being efficacious, really? The second thing is prevention has a continuum. Primary prevention, is all about the determinants of health and well-being. This is Michael Marmot territory. Let's not worry about the outcome. Let's just do it. Secondary prevention, who's wobbling? We've got signals like debt. Tertiary prevention, let's stop bad situations getting worse. So let's think of it more sophisticatedly than we are doing. But let's think about efficacy every bit as much as prevention. That's my last thought. Thank you.
Well, brilliant. We've slightly overrun, but I think some really, really interesting insights there. And can we just big a hand round for our thank you very much. And the next group will be coming along. Thank you. I didn't want to give you any time.
We're not going to use that one. So
No.
Just go to the left. There's only 4 of them. I'm going to go in the middle.
Oh, I know.
Victor, you're on the end. Mila.
Oh, she's about the future of public services.
Cool. Well done for making it to the final panel of the day. You're the diehards. I love to see it. I'm Ben Glover. I'm Head of Social Policy at Demos. Very excited to be chairing the final panel of our summit. We are slightly up against it on time due to previous chairs' timekeeping abilities, so just throw my colleague under the bus there, that's all good. I'll talk you through the panel quite quickly and can hear much more from them rather than me. On the furthest right, we have Lord Victor Adeboale. Victor is chair of the NHS Confederation and IPPR, and probably other things that I've missed off, and was previously CEO of Turning Point. Victor's been on our Taskforce Advisory Board, very grateful for Victor's support for the work. To my right is Mila Lukic. Mila is co-founder and chief executive of Bridges Outcomes Partnerships. They're one of the task force's funders, and it's been a privilege and a pleasure to work with you on this over the last year. To my left is Anna Randall. Anna Randall was chief exec at Collaborate CIC, where she's now an associate. Anna has been really inspiring and instrumental in a lot of our thinking, and it's a privilege to be able to share the panel with you today. Right, I probably did that slightly too quickly. Pause for breath. We're talking about where next. So we've heard a lot about specific ideas, specific recommendations, specific kind of policy themes. We're going to try, perhaps a bit ambitiously, to bring it all together and look to the future and ask the question, what should the government be doing next to support our liberated public service reform agenda? We're going to have opening remarks from the panelists and then plenty of time for questions before we wrap up. Without further ado, we'll just work our way through the panel. Victor, you're up first. Where next for public service reform?
Okay. I'll be quick. I'm old. Is this working?
No, sorry. That one's got a light, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have to shout then. So I'm old. And I've been here before, and people will think that because I've been here before, I'm like pessimistic. I'm not. I'm far too lucky to be pessimistic. I've achieved middle classdom. So what have I learned in all the time I've been struggling? My whole career's been about this stuff, to be honest. That's why I set up Collaborate. Hi, Anna. The achievement of setting up something is the people that you work with appear on panels like this with you 12 years later. I think that's great. Anyway, what have I learned? I've learned that we talk a lot about this. And there always have been pockets of, I hate the term good practice, pockets of change. But systemically, the conditions have remained remarkably stubborn. And I think that's because of the following things. One, we never talk about power. And most of the interventions that I've observed, including those that have involved Collaborate, when they've failed not because there's an evidence base or because they don't work or because they're wrong people. They've failed because they confront power at some point in the current system and nobody talks about it, so it stays the same. And that's the first thing. The second is that there isn't enough of a sense of a burning platform. Now, I do believe that there is a burning platform. We talked about this in the green room. There is a burning platform. I do believe this government's got 2 years to make a difference to the people in those places where reform came second. I do, and then it's over, I think, to be honest. So if that isn't a burning platform, I think then we're all in trouble. And IPPR is involved in this 10-year renewal piece, and I think that's a wonderful thing, looking ahead. But if you haven't got food on the table and you haven't got clothes on your back and you don't have enough shelter, 10 years is, it might as well be 10,000 years. We have to address the here and the now and the future all in one go. And I also have learned that, and this is, we'll come back to this. Some of you will have studied organisational psychology or something close to it. And one of the principles in most organisations is quite simple. It's based on Barry Ostry, but it's very relevant to public service reform, and that is this. Even in the best organisations, including government, in the very, very best organisations that are run by angels, beautifully, absolutely fantastic models of organisation, the people at the top understand about 20% of what's going on, right? If that's in the best. The people in the middle understand about 30% in the best organisations, right? The people at the bottom understand the remaining 50%, like as in 100%. And no reform of public service, I don't like the word either, is going to get much anywhere unless we understand the people at the bottom, because they understand the problem. I'm very much in line with the TUC. I'm not sure that the notion of a commission, but I just think the way we do this has to start there, not there. I don't even believe that it's necessary to meet in the middle. And that's a problem, because I don't believe that we understand enough about how to talk to those people. I think we've lost the art. I really do. I think we've been encouraged to lose the art. And I think those people are telling us that we've lost the art. And that's a problem. The NHS wasn't started by anyone as educated as people in this room. The reason why it's so loved and powerful is because we remember that it was created by us, not you, because you were too posh in 1930 and freezing to death, but by them. And that's what I've learned, I guess. I've also learned, like, who does the talking about this tends to influence the outcome, And I'd be more interested in talking about why things don't happen as to what needs to happen. Maybe there should be a minister for why, or a why thing. Just one more thing. I mean, IPPR and Demos should be working together on this. One of the reasons why this stuff doesn't work is that think tanks don't do enough doing. It's one of the reasons we set up Collaborate, isn't it? Do tank. I think I'll shut up now.
Thank you, Victor. Mila, do you want to follow on from that? Thank you.
I'll try. Well, I suppose as a starting point, I will, I guess, say that I'm just a hopeless optimist. So that's my starting point. But yeah, on a personal level, having, well, sitting here with a weird accent, and having been a refugee myself and having experienced firsthand public services which worked and which didn't really work being a process which was being followed, which could have directed my life in one direction, and a person who I established a very trusting, wonderful relationship with, who created a completely different sense of confidence, encouragement, and optimism, which then drove a series of other outcomes, which were not necessarily intended specifically, but were created because I was being talked to from a place of strength. And that is very different. And I suppose that's kind of the basis of my hopeless optimism, that things can be different and can be done in different ways. And I guess when I think about the things that I've done over the last, 25 years, I suppose, it has been kind of intuitively feeling out the path of which are the ways of enabling that different way of working. And specifically with Bridges Outcomes Partnerships for the last 12 years, we have been trying to find ways to partner with local government, with central government, with a range of different organizations, recognizing that each of those partners will have different tools at their disposal to contribute to that shared vision. And we need to be explicit about setting out what that shared vision looks like, and then we really need to figure out how to work together to enable that. And we've seen it in practice now many, many times that when you work that way, yes, you can achieve significantly different outcomes for families who need support. And, we've heard from Mark some of the things which enable that different outcome is a washing machine that a family may need. And actually, if you have a personalization fund to create that outcome, which then completely changes the dynamic of the functioning of a family, that's life-changing. And it's those obvious things which will not be captured in a process, and it will not be, they will not be captured in a flowchart. But actually, if you have a way, and if you have a funding mechanism which enables you to work in that personalized delivery, or through that personalized delivery, then you can create really, really significant shifts. And that's why, that's why I'm encouraged, because we've seen in practice such ways of working. Now, for that to be possible, we need to have ways of mobilizing the funding so that it is indeed focused on those shared goals and that ultimate vision, rather than a series of prescribed steps, inputs, and processes. And we talked a lot about that today. You need to have a way of focusing things for the long term, so creating actual multi-year initiatives and plans. And again, all of that is possible. We have the Treasury commit 20-year funding cycles for building bridges. Well, why don't we create such a long-term focus for a social infrastructure, not only physical infrastructure? So we know that it is possible, but we need to create that shift of actually enabling that. And that's why I'm really excited, and I hope Ben will get some sleep tonight about all the work that he did on this, because it is a discussion around what are some of the specific barriers which are preventing some of that exemplar work from happening, and how can we address those specific barriers. And there are very, very specific examples of how that can be done. I really do like what Victor said in terms of here and the now and future in one go. And I think the work that you've done is trying to capture that. So there is a long-term vision of shifts which need to be created. But what can we mobilize now? We heard from Louisa earlier today. The urgency is now, and there is a great potential to do that. And I think, I will know all the shifts that Ben outlined, but you will read them. But as Ben outlines in shift 6, there are things which can be done now in terms of central government funding, trying to unleash some of this innovation in a more business as usual way. And as Minister Gould said this morning, not only in a way whereby one has to be a radical innovator to enable this way of working, but in a way where this is easier. And co-commissioning fund from central government, which can pair up with local authority funding, can be more focused on those visions, missions, or whatever we want to call them, not be prescriptive in nature and be a bit more longer term in nature, can create such a shift here and now, while we're also working towards longer term changes. So maybe I'll pause here.
That was brilliant. Thank you, Mila. Anna, do you want to pick up and give us an answer to where next for this agenda?
Yeah, thanks very much, Ben. I was just reflecting earlier on about how I feel being in this room today and listening to some of the conversations this afternoon. And I wasn't here for the morning, and I understand that Georgia was absolutely brilliant, and that is no surprise, because she's that rare thing. She's a government minister that gets this, because she's been on the ground in Camden for years, and she's been doing this work, and she understands what the future of public services look like through her own experience. But what I noticed about what I was feeling is that when I go out and spend time on the ground in Gateshead or in Wigan or in Camden or in Dorset, where I was yesterday, or wherever, all the different places I'm working, Sheffield, amazing, amazing places with amazing visionary leaders right across different sectors, voluntary sector as well as right across the public sector, often with the business leaders, other local leaders, thinking about really hard about what can we do better here, what can we do differently, what needs to change, and finding the courage and the inspiration and the bravery to just get on and do it. And when I go to those places and I help them, I feel inspired and I feel like I know what the future looks like because it's right in front of me. And then I come into a room in Westminster and I just feel frustrated because I can't believe we're still talking about this. I can't believe that this is still even a question that we're asking ourselves. We know what the future of public services looks like because people are out there and they're building it. It's done, it's there, it's already. It's not everywhere and it's not evenly spread, and there's absolutely loads of work to bring the best into all of our communities and all of our places and all of our organisations. But we do know what it looks like. It's in the report. And one of the first things I said to Ben when he asked me to be part of the Demos work on this was, please don't spend a year doing the work that everyone's been doing for the past 10 or 15 years in capturing and articulating what public services do look like already on the ground in many places, but let's answer the questions that we don't know the answers to yet. And the main one still, I think, is how do we make this happen everywhere, and what is the role of central government in facilitating and enabling this, and not getting in the way, but playing the role that it can play in genuinely supporting those local leaders to bring about this change, and giving them the space to innovate, giving them the flexibilities that they need to innovate, giving them the room for manoeuvre, and also getting behind them and supporting them, instead of pulling them back and, you know, asking lots of silly questions about, you know, what are they actually doing, but believing in them and supporting them, getting behind them. And that's why it's exciting to have someone like Georgia in the position that she's in. I'll stop there. That was a bit of a rant, sorry.
It wasn't a rant at all, it was great. Not a rant at all. Victor, this kind of, we've been here before, kind of sentiment coming from the panel and the green room in the discussion we were having beforehand makes it sound much more glamorous. You talked about power being one of the reasons why we don't make the progress we might like to. What else do you think the barriers are to actually delivering this change, rather than just us coming back in 10 years and having a similar conversation, which I understand, you know, might not be the most satisfying thing in the world, yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
So you're probably going to ask a question. I think you're going to ask a question about sort of theories of change, right? So some of you might have come across the Gleicher-Beckard change theory, right? Change model formula. But in short, I'll come to your question. It is about power. Change equals discomfort. So discomfort in this term is people with not enough food to eat, people feeling let down, people, a government that's under real pressure, and a sense of dis-ease in too many places in society. Discomfort times a credible vision, which actually is incorporated within the report. I'm very much with Anna. I am an optimist. I've got food on the table, I live in a decent house, and I've got good friends. I've got no reason to be pessimistic, right? Like most of you in this room. Times a credible first step. Now, the credible first step piece is, I think, government deciding what is it that only it can do. What is its unique contribution to this role? And actually, I think one of the things that government needs to be doing is defining some of the key methodologies by which it obtains public services. So let's take commissioning, for instance, right? We spend pretty much, well, we spend nearly 180 billion pounds on the NHS through commissioning processes, if you collect all the, but nobody, in most places I go to, commissioning isn't commissioning. It's actually purchasing the cheapest. Do what the last person did, only cheaper, which is absolute and outrageous waste. If the government defines commissioning as the means by which you understand the needs of an individual and or a community, such that you can build a platform for those things, it means you are accountable for understanding the needs of an individual and or a community, right? And if you commission crap with my taxpayers' money, you are accountable for those outcomes. So I think there's something about that commissioning piece. But also, the government has to have a credible vision, because without vision, people die. All of which, so discomfort times a vision times a credible first step, all of which has to be greater than the resistance, which will always be there. To wit, your question about power and the role of power in both defining what happens locally and what happens nationally in the pursuit of the continuation of the status quo, because that's what power does, has to be challenged. And the reason, the way you challenge it is to change the incentives for how that power works. That's how you need to change the incentives. So I'll give you an example. In the NHS, we have a cancer programme. We've spent millions of pounds on cancer programme. We've got targets. There's some of my colleagues here. We've got targets, right? And yet, people that look like me and some other lightly browned people in this room are still more likely to discover they've got cancer at A&E, right? And if you're a black woman, you still might find that if you're unlucky enough to have a mastectomy, you'll get a white prosthetic. As far as I'm concerned, that's a failed program. It's not just about race, it's about poverty, by the way, as well. So the government has a role to do in expecting the definition of these programs to be truly about outcomes for everyone. They also have a duty to define proper leadership in public services, because people get away with such appalling. And that's the way you start to challenge some of the power. You have to acknowledge the resistance is there. I think one of the reasons why public service reform has failed is because we don't talk about the resistance. We think of it as everybody wants change, it's come by art. The truth is everybody does want change, except when it comes to them. And that's why you need to put in the incentives, you need to put in place the pressures, and you need to put in place the support. That's one of the reasons why we set up Collaborate, to help people to either get on the train or stay on the bloody platform, because it's leaving anyway.
Thank you, Victor. Mila, do you want to come in on the question of how do we stop getting together in rooms like this and actually, begin to shift the dial?
Yeah, well, as I was saying, I think there is a way of continuing to shift the dial through practice and through delivery.
Yeah.
And it's doing more of that. And I suppose what's one of the encouraging things as well that Minister Gould was talking about is the engagement with the Value for Money office, for example, where the Value for Money office is looking at efficiencies primarily, but an individual like Minister Gould influencing that so that it is a more holistic assessment, so that you're not actually looking at an efficiency of a single budget, but you're trying to understand what that pooled impact is of services. And when I think about the services that we are delivering, you have homelessness prevention, quote unquote, budget coming from a local authority, and then there is a social prescribing budget coming from health. They're working with exactly the same group of individuals. And if we had a way of pooling those budgets, creating a more holistic, person-centered delivery, which we do end up doing in practice, but that does involve quite a lot of navigation and negotiation with a range of local partners, the difference that can be made is significant. And I think it's recognizing that many of the initiatives are actually working with exactly the same groups of individuals with exactly the same issues, and we can genuinely transform how that's being done if we garner that support for that shift. And again, from practice in terms of what is happening at local levels, that negotiation does happen. We do achieve that from the delivery perspective, but it's not straightforward, and it does require quite a lot of corralling of partners, quite a lot of development of encouragement and buy-in from a range of partners. And you do absolutely, all of that is really necessary for having that shared vision, but there must be ways of doing that in a slightly more streamlined way, and certainly with the encouragement from central departments. So it's continuing to enable that. And we've had initiatives like what we heard about it already, like the Life Chances Fund, which helped with some of that, like the Shared Outcomes Fund that the funding for Changing Futures came from. So there are examples of what the central government has done. So can we make sure that we highlight that learning, and can we make sure that we implement some of that as quickly as possible? So that's one aspect. And then the second aspect related to what we've heard about Collaborate's work is the new local work. And again, it's exceptional evidence and capturing of really, really fantastic examples of practice. So how can we make sure that that is all part of the conversation that we're having here? And as John Denham was saying earlier today, how do we have conversations with those individuals around, what do you need and what are the barriers that you need addressed now, and how can that be implemented? Because that will then create a shift very quickly, the shift that we're talking about.
Thank you, Mia. Anna, do you want to?
Yeah, so I think there's a bunch of technical, probably quite well-rehearsed things that we could ask and expect from central government that would make this work easier locally. And, they're in the report. Flexibility, funding, freedoms, support, a different way of doing inspection, investment in leadership, devolution, all of those things are absolutely critical. They should be part of the picture. But what I think at this moment, and kind of going back to your first question about, where's this going now? What do we need from government now? I just think we need a bit of boldness, and we need a bit of bravery. We need to see the boldness that we're seeing in places replicated at central government level. I think we need a really clear and coherent story from central government, from our political leaders in central government, about what public services are for and why they matter and the difference that we think good public services can make in people's lives. And I think we need that story to be consistent right across government. One of the weirdnesses of the way that public service reform debates seem to work is that you have the NHS stuff going on over there, and then the kind of local government stuff going on over here, and education's kind of going on somewhere completely different. Again, you know, Georgia's got a brilliant brief because her job is to pull all of that together. But if we had political leaders singing from the same hymn sheet, talking about what brilliant public services can do, what they're for, I think that narrative and that story actually could make a really big difference, and is something that's really missing, that kind of vision. And that's part of how you respond to Mark's challenge in the previous panel about, you know, how do you get away from this thing of treating public services as being about maintaining a defensible position? You know, if things go wrong, did you tick all the boxes? That cannot be what public services are for or what they're about. So I think boldness, bravery, a clear story, a willingness to learn. Maybe what we should do is get all of the people in Whitehall who've never been to Wigan or Gateshead or Camden to go and visit these places and actually see what's happening, because that is actually transformative, to see it for yourself and to hear it for yourself. And they can speak to the public service frontline staff in those places who can tell this story for themselves, that it makes a difference to them as well as to the people in those communities that they're working with. So maybe there's a bit of, you know, willingness to learn and a bit of humility in that too. You know, central government doesn't have all the answers. The answers are out in those communities. And so there's a bit of, you know, let's get out there, let's learn what's happening, and let's work out what our role is in making that happen. And I just want to be clear, I really do think central government does have a critical role. I'm not one of those get out of the way, local government's got it. No, absolutely, it's a partnership. Everyone has to play their role. It's a very active role for central government in facilitating and enabling this reform agenda. But I guess what I would say is I really would like to see central government focused on that story, focused on principles, focused on values of public service, and not going too far down a sort of structural and technical route, because you just suck the life out of it. And they need to listen to local leaders. If those local leaders are saying, actually, that wouldn't be helpful, that would get in the way, ask them what they need.
Thank you, Anna. That was great. We've got time for a couple of questions. There's a hand straight away up over there. Thank you very much. If you could just introduce yourself, that'd be great. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Maria Pavlou from the Office of Public Affairs for the Baha'i community of the UK. And I just want to talk about this kind of concept of power and how often our conceptions of power tend to be a very zero-sum game of let's redistribute power equally, and then that's how we get reform or change or whatever it is we're kind of striving for in the system. But how different that model is to a model of wealth creation, so power creation, and everybody feeling like they're tapping into a place of power and on an internal level, but that actually has a transformative effect externally as well. And if we've seen any examples of that having an effect at the grassroots, if we've seen any examples of that model in practice, or even just comments about how that model is different to the redistribution of power model.
Great. Very interesting question about the zero-sum or otherwise nature of power. We'll take one here as well. Thank you.
My name is Nick Webb from Innovation Unit. Thank you so much for today. It's been wonderful. Anna, I think I agree with you. We know what good public services look like. I wonder whether the panel agrees with me that what we don't know so much about are the conditions and environments required in order to create those public services. So we've heard about autonomy, about empowerment, whether we need to do more learning about what those conditions need to be in order to create more great public services.
Two very good questions, thanks. So one on Nick's point there, basically agreeing that we do know what good public services look like, but we need to think more about how you create the conditions for good public services. I hope that's an acceptable paraphrasing. And a really interesting question about power and whether, challenging the notion that power is a zero-sum game and that we should be thinking about power in this space through kind of more of a power creation lens. So how might we spread power in a way that doesn't take from one person and benefits another, but might kind of create more power overall? Two interesting questions. Does anyone want to kick us off on either? Victor?
I can have a go at the power one.
Go on then.
I always start off, and it seems a bit unfair.
All right. Does anyone else want to start off? Anna?
Well, you started talking about power. I'll say one thing about power, and I can, if you want me to talk to the conditions bit a bit as well, but I'll come back to that. Just on power, I think my view is that all of the different public service reform initiatives that we've heard about, talked about today, and many others that we haven't, are all really actually about shifting power. I think that's the fundamental thing that's going on here. It's a reckoning around how institutions work, how institutions understand their role, the expectations that people now have of support from institutions. And sometimes those expectations are lower than they should be. But I think that shift in power dynamics is something that we're seeing across society as a whole. I don't think this is isolated to public services. I think this is something that we're seeing much more broadly, quite rightly. I think it's probably got a lot further to go, and I think there's a lot of lazy thinking about power. But I think that is the absolute fundamental shift that's at the heart of relational, holistic, person-centred public services. It's a different power relationship. And if you think about what happens in the conversation between one of Mark's frontline workers in Gateshead and the person who's got a council tax benefit bill that they cannot, council tax bill that they can't pay, well, that relationship is exemplifying a different power dynamic to the one that was send us the money or we'll send the bailiffs around. There's a massive shift that's going on there which is related to power. Victor, did you want to? I'm actually, this is the last microphone. I'm going to hold on to this one. You've got three over there.
Oh, yeah.
Are they all working?
I think they are, yeah.
You can have a go on power.
Well, I agree. I think you asked for examples, didn't you? I think. So I think before I set up Collaborate, I did something called Connected Care. And Connected Care was about the fact that in lots of places in this country, despite the fact that they have a social services department, a local authority, and a health department or health stuff, they're effectively social care deserts and health deserts. People don't understand how those services work, and if they do, they understand them from the point of view of punishment rather than outcomes. And so what we did, very quickly, is that we actually engaged people in the design and delivery of services, basically, and we paid them for doing it as opposed to getting other people to pay them to do it. The outcomes were evaluated by the LSE. For every £1 spent in this way, they saved between £4 and £26, and the power was distributed in the sense that I don't even like the word empowerment, because it assumes that public services aren't owned by the people who actually pay for them, and they kind of are if they're going to work. And part of the problem is we've separated the notion of public service from the people who actually pay for it. And it worked, actually. The models created by these communities actually delivered better outcomes and better services, and more to the point, better understanding of what the services were, such that they were able to argue for them, right, as useful, right? And we worked, I think, with about 10,000 people. It's a lot. It was a big program. And the reason why it's not still going is because it butted up against the authority of local government. Not all local governments, some of them were very good, but that notion of we are here to give rather than to work with. If we are here not to change, but to do change, and we are here not to listen, but to be heard by those people. So there are models. There actually are models. I can give you another example. NHS Citizens. We got from 0 to 40,000 participants in one of the largest ongoing public consultations. It was working. The reason why it got stopped is because it butted up against the presumptions and assumptions of people in power. So it is possible to recreate services and to redistribute power. I think power is contextual, so it has to be understood in the places where it's actually happening differently. You know, it's not just, lazy thinking doesn't deal with it. I would argue that if government has a role, other than to take the risk of having a vision, I think over my lifetime, politicians have become less concerned with vision, and that's why people have died. They've become much more concerned with managerialism, because it appears safer, but actually it's not. But it seems to me that central government ought to be talking about that vision, as Anna's described it, because that's how we got change in the past. But I think they need to be doing a bit more, actually. I think they need to be defining some principles for all services to the public services. One is that they should deliver positive value transfer. In other words, the people that need the services most should need to go to the fewest possible to get outcomes that are relevant for them. That's the first principle. The second is that the government should define some key principles. Commissioning, like, you know, they shouldn't let it open. There should be accountability for outcomes. I think that's been said before. And we should be developing and holding to account people who call themselves public service leaders. And the first thing we should hold them to account for is leading everyone, everywhere, not some people, somewhere.
Thank you, Victor. Mila, do you have any final reflections? And then I think we'll be wrapping up.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, completely agree with what Anne and Victor said. And I suppose just to add to the just recognizing and really thinking quite carefully how quite a number of different steps in delivery can create different power balances. And I 100% agree with Anne in terms of what it is that everything that we're talking is fundamentally about. But unless one thinks really carefully as to how to create those principles, how to create the conditions, and I'll get onto the conditions next, then that will not be implemented in practice. And I think it's thinking very clearly about that, and there are many examples of such work being done well in practice. And to the point of conditions, we know what good looks like. I think it's just being really clear that what good looks like is that more collaborative, more flexible, more accountable for improving people's lives way of delivery. So it's a way of working. It's not a prescribed service for a particular issue. So how do we, and just being really, really clear continuously that we are creating particular ways of working, particular ways of partnering, and that we talk about conditions for that, for such more personalized ways of partnering with individuals, and I think we just have to continue focusing on that and focusing on ways how to enable that, and then how to enable ways of achieving those shared outcomes and identifying what the shared outcomes are. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Brilliant, thank you. We are at time. Thank you so much for a couple of great questions, and join me in giving the panelists a warm round of applause. Thank you very much.
My job just to wrap up now and say thank you so much to everyone for coming, to our brilliant speakers across the day, to a brilliant audience with so much insight to share yourselves as well, and to Ben and the team who have done a magnificent piece of work that I think really adds to the idea of the system that we need to achieve this change. And I think I said at the beginning of the day when we started this work, we felt there were two urgent questions. One is, what is the story about this change, that we all know what it looks like on the ground? What's the national story to get the political momentum behind it? And then what does the centre need to do differently? So what we were trying to do today with the work that Ben's done is think about what the centre needs to do differently to let this work happen, to empower the front line. I feel like we've got some way towards the answer on that. I think the main question left in my mind is, what's the theory of change now, and how do we work with the government in its current form, and what tactics do we use collectively as a kind of system of people who are interested in these ways of working to achieve that change, because it feels ever more urgent given how bad things are out there. So I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone, and thank you to Ben again. Thank you.
Take this strange thing off. No, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. No. It's the end of the day. We need a bit of ranting. No, we need a bit.